Potete iniziare a prendere posto. Buongiorno.
Magari glielo portiamo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alberto Pera and I'm the President of the Italian Antitrust Association. Welcome to this conference organized by the Association in cooperation with the Italian Competition Authority to honor Roberto Rustichelli, who will leave the authority at the beginning of next month. The 7 years of Roberto Rustichelli presidencies have been marked by major external perturbances. COVID, the war in Ukraine, and by the emerging need for action to address the weakening of the European economy with respect to other economic areas. In this context, the authority has consistently emphasized the importance of competition in strengthening the economy. Moreover, especially during periods of market tensions, it has used its power to limit the impact of external disruptions on consumers. In the area of antitrust enforcement, the authorities have been very active with respect to unilateral conducts, addressing, in part, making decisions, even at European level, dominant position by digital platforms that impede the development of competitors. As for cartels, whistleblowing has been introduced, making it easier to uncover restrictive agreements, even in new areas such as the labor market. The authority has also conducted extensive reporting of regulatory measures that create obstacles to competition. Significantly, for the first time from 2021 onwards, the annual competition law has been timely approved. Furthermore, the authority has confirmed its central position in protecting consumers from unfair practices, including through innovative approaches, for example, regarding social media activity and greenwashing. Finally, under Roberto's presidency, the institution has been substantially strengthened, expanding its workforce by adding young, extremely well-trained officials. We must therefore thank Roberto for his work during this presidency. But also we must thank you because of why we are here today. When the association proposed to organize the conference on the role of competition policy, he enthusiastically agreed that rather than looking at the past, we should concentrate on the main present and future issues for competition policy and enforcement in Europe, its contribution to European competitiveness. And we must thank him for contributing to bring to the conference Cani Fernandez, Andreas Mund, Martin Snoep, and Vivian Terrien, the heads of the main European competition authority for Spain, Germany, France, and the Netherlands, to discuss the subject together with the presidents of the Antitrust Association of those countries, and obviously together the president and members of the Italian Competition Authority and the representative of our association. Let me now spend a few words on the conference program. The aim of the conference is to highlight the importance of the role of competition in the design of public policies, industrial or otherwise, aimed at bringing the European economy back to the forefront of technology and innovation. As noted in the Draghi and Letta reports, bridging the gap in the European productivity growth compared with other major regions requires public policies on many fronts. To stimulate demand for technology-intensive products, to allow development of skills, to finance innovative companies, and to provide the physical and intangible infrastructure necessary to support innovation and technological transformation. However, as it will be discussed in the three sessions, an essential ingredient of this policy must be the reliance on the competitive environment. The discussion in the first session tackles the issue of competition and innovation, which is the primary ingredient of policies aiming to foster growth. Theoretical analysis and empirical studies, like the ones of Aguillon, show that competitive pressure is necessary to foster the introduction and diffusion of innovation in the market, but also that the reduction in competition, also due to less rigorous enforcement of antitrust, reduces innovation and productivity growth. Competition law is therefore necessary to maintain the drive for innovation. And the session will discuss the antitrust tools and the criteria of analysis appropriate in a dynamic context. The second session will tackle the topic of merger control in the context of policies supporting innovation. The Draghi report and other European documents stress the need to create European champions, including through mergers, referring to the highly specific case of Airbus often. I know that it is peculiar that this claim often takes an example from the market power achieved by the big 7 digital companies in the US, without, however, taking into account that those companies did not achieve their current position as a result of major mergers, but through rapid internal growth driven by innovation and competition for the top. Obviously, merger control in Europe in innovative sectors must move away from a static view based on a narrow definition of relevant markets and small changes in market shares, and instead focus on market dynamism and innovation potential. However, it would be counterproductive to allow acquisitions reducing competition within the European market. European champions should instead be European companies that are champions in global markets, and they will succeed in doing so if they operate within the context of highly competitive European markets that stimulate them to innovate. The third session addresses the issue of independence of competition authorities, which has become an essential characteristic of competition authorities in the European Union. Independence is necessary for 2 reasons. First, to ensure that the assessment and decision of the authority, whose sanctions are often very high, have an almost criminal nature for companies, which in any case inherently affect market position, are made impartially, based exclusively on the assessment of the legality of the market conduct. This is particularly important in contexts where politics can exert directly or indirectly an influence on the market position of certain companies. The requirement of independence, however, is also of great importance from a second perspective, that of promoting competition. In many countries, and Italy has been a leader in this regard, the law requires authorities to act as advocates of the public interest of competition, identifying opportunities for legislative or administrative changes to make the market more competitive and open. But this task of promoting competition is also essential for the actual implementation of the single market. It may provide a fundamental contribution to identify and remove what Draghi calls internal tariffs, that in fact are often regulatory or administrative constraints that at the national level protect operators in different European jurisdictions, and thus prevent European firms to exploit the full potential of the European single market from the supply and from the demand side. Finally, let me conclude by underlining the peculiar characters of this conference. That brings together the presidents and the members of the antitrust authority of some of the main European countries, and the presidents of the practitioners' association of those same countries. It looks to me a sign of the vitality of the European antitrust community, which includes both representative antitrust authorities and professionals who engage in debate on an equal footing and who are united by a common interest in the proper functioning of the competitive market and the protection of competition, even if viewed from different perspectives. Yet these perspectives are not self-excluded, as evidenced by permeability between the various roles. 2 of the 5 presidents present at this conference were formerly partners in very important law firms. And I remember having worked at the beginning of the year 2000 with a very brilliant young partner named Marcus Knoop. While many of the top antitrust professionals have made their experience within regulatory authorities. Both categories are, however, united by a shared interest in the functioning of the market. And as noted in a recent roundtable of the association by a top antitrust economist, Jorge Padilla, who must have some experience because it is married to a top enforcer previously top lawyer, their perspective shifts have become more or less critical as their role change. I am extremely happy that on this occasion of bidding farewell to the President of the Italian Authority to discuss such a relevant topic, we have been able to involve such a representative part of the European antitrust community. Therefore, I think the President and the members of the Italian Competition Authority, and the Secretary General and the head of the cabinet who have helped us, and all the personnel who has helped to organize this, the President of the Competition Authority of France, Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands, who have joined this conference, the President of the Association of the same countries who are here with us, and I think all those of the association who has worked to organize this conference. Thank you very much. And now, nearly on time, I ask the members of panel 1 to come here. Mario Siragusa, who needs no presentation, who will be the chairman of the panel. Viviane Terrien, Vice President of the Autorité de la Concurrence. Elisabetta Iossa, who is member of the board of the Italian Competition Authority. Alberto Bacchiega, Director of the DG Competition, in particular Director for DMA application. Maurice Schaufeli, economist and lawyer from Norda, who is President of the Dutch Association of Competition Practitioners, and Giulio Federico, who is an economist from Oxera and who has also had the experience as director of the Chief Economist Office in the past. Thank you very much to everybody, and please, Mario, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Mr. President, for this kind invitation to chair this very excellent panel. I think it's appropriate to have this occasion in honor of the President. We have had always a very good and dynamic relation between lawyers and antitrust enforcers. And I think, as Alberto said, that this is an example of that continuous relation which exists. The object of the panel today is the role of competition in industrial policy for innovation. Now, the concept of competitiveness, which everybody is talking, and of course based on the Draghi report, centers on innovation, not on other methods and techniques to try to spur, the economic dynamics of the market. And as President Pera said, of course, competition is essential in order to induce companies to compete and to innovate, and continuous pressure of competition is necessary, in particular when in markets where there is a prevalence for companies with a lot of market power. And a less rigorous application of competition rules necessarily would reduce the innovation, would likely reduce innovation and growth. So that's, I think, there is a fairly large consensus on that. On the other hand, we have a persistent gap in innovation, in growth, in research and development, in productivity in Europe, especially when compared with our major economies. And therefore, we are witnessing a renewed interest in an active industrial policy in order to stimulate innovation and productivity. So we have those two forces at play. That's why I suggested to concentrate our discussion on some of the questions which I'm going to very briefly introduce. What is the right equilibrium between industrial policy and competition policy? Do we need to change our competition rules or to apply them in any different way in order to enhance innovation? I'm talking about, of course, I'm referring to some of the discussions which have taken place following the Alstom-Siemens case, the recent decision in Vodafone 3 of the CMA, the Dow DuPont case, and so forth and so forth. And of course, we are now discussing the guidelines on merger control. How do we measure the impact on behavior, not only on concentrations, but also of agreements on innovation? What are the methods that we can use to really show what is the impact of a practice on innovation? should we reconsider the concept of consumer welfare? For me, consumer welfare has always been a concept which has defended antitrust against influence from politicians and industrial policy choices. Should we broaden this concept of consumer welfare? Should we include other interests to protect with competition policy? We have done in part that, right? With the DMA in the digital area, with the application of Article 101(3 with respect to sustainability. What have been the effects of innovation of this novelty? Is competition law or is it state policy, state aid policy, a better tool for industrial policy? And I say that in particular because, at least in particular in the digital arena, I think that industrial policy should take place at the European, at the central level, not at the level of the member states. And important, major industrial policy decisions should be done centrally. And if we have different industrial policy in different member states, we may have contradictions, we may have negative effects on the ability of companies to compete throughout our community. And this, I say that in particular because I think the state aid policy has evolved. It is no longer, as it was many years ago, a policy of a repressive regime whose only target was to ensure level playing field. State aid policy today is a tool, is a steering tool operated at the EU level, which tries to induce member states to focus on strategic priorities which are determined at the EU level and not only at the national level. I think examples like the CHIPS Act, I think at the Critical Raw Materials Act, and some of the important projects for common European interest, and in particular of the new characteristics of the state aid policy, I think that the matching subsidies, which I found an instrument extremely interesting and which should be further developed. So for me, these are some of the questions that we should discuss during the day, maybe, and I ask also the audience, because I think we should leave some time for questions to be able to intervene. Saying that, I now give the floor to our panel, which is composed of very, very prominent and very expert, very well-known members of our antitrust community in Europe. We have Professor Jossa, which of course, as you all know, is a board member of the Italian Competition Authority. We have Viviane Terrien, Vice President of the French Autorité de la Concurrence. Alberto Bacchiega, Director of DG Competition. Morissette Sciafeli, President of our sister company, our sister association in Holland. And Giulio Federico, well-known economist, member also of our Italian Antitrust Association. And I ask Elisabetta Jossa to start because she will give a sort of general framework of some of the topics that we are going to discuss later on. Please.
So it's a real pleasure to be here at this farewell event for Roberto Rustichelli. It's been for me a great pleasure to be at the authority for these 4 amazing years where we have really done a lot of things. And let me try to share a broad perspective, which I think is helpful also to sort of discuss the role of our authority in competition. And it's a broad perspective that starts from Article 3 of the treaty, which I like to mention often, the Treaty of the European Union. It's an article that says that the Union shall establish an internal market and it shall work for a balanced economic growth based on a highly competitive social market economy. So the idea of competition here is that competition can help to implement this economic model, the European model, thanks to the possibility to enhance cohesion, economic cohesion, social cohesion within Europe, so as to make sure that the internal market strengthen over time. So it was initially, the idea was there to help growth and to avoid fragmentation and nationalism. And I think this is important also because when we look at economic theory and we ask ourselves, what is the role of competition? What are the determinants of economic growth? I think we see the light through the channel we are going through, because economic growth, economists have clearly shown, depends on three main factors. The first is resources, and I mean here not just natural resources, but labor and capital. The second one is technology innovation, so including innovation diffusion. And the third one is the context. What is the context? It's the rule of law. And competition fills here an important role precisely because it determines the rule of the game, together, of course, with other important policies, for example, like property rights. And that is why in 2024, the Commission, when was initially discussing or replying to some of the comments that we were hearing in public debates about the role of competition, published a very interesting study that was providing empirical evidence on the role of competition to enhance growth. And there was also a very interesting survey to firms in Europe. They were asking, so what makes you competitive outside Europe? And 67% of respondents said competition in the national and European market helps us to learn how to compete abroad. And in fact, when one looks at the Draghi report, he finds that the rationale for the report is really to pick for each single sector, because the report is very specific, the best tool that it can help to enhance growth horizontally across sectors or within sectors. And when you look at the reports from a sort of broad perspective, there are some possibly contradictions in certain sectors. This has been highly discussed. But the general framework is one where competition determines the rule of law. It helps to enhance innovation within firms by giving them incentives to change the process, to enhance productivity. And then it helps to move that innovation from within the firm across firms, thanks to the true competition dynamics, and thanks to the rule of law. And then once that innovation is gone through the market, it can sort of continue to evolve. The Letta report shares exactly the same approach. And when you look at these reports, you find that they identify for each possible objective, which is related to those three ingredients of growth, resources, innovation, and rule of law, the ingredients. So for example, how do you enhance resources? Then the question is one about labor productivity, and you will find that there are lots of recommendations on investing in education and research. How do you enhance capital investment, capital productivity? And then you find that there are lots of suggestions about financing infrastructure investments, creating elected public-private partnerships to do that. And how do you help firms scale up? Because the report says that in Europe, there is not so much an issue about startups, the problem is scale-ups. So once they start, how they get growing. And the first thing the report says, you need to integrate markets. It's only once you have integrated markets that firms have the possibility to really scale up, because now and innovate, because a demand, a larger demand, will pull innovation from the firms. So at the authority, we have this broad perspective clearly in mind, I think, when we decide how to sort of carry on our activities. We have an amazing set of tools that can be used, and we have over these years used that with a lot of awareness, with a view to sort of intervene wherever we could have an impact for the country. Let me say also that Italy, like Europe, is a place where the majority of firms are SMEs. In Italy, we're talking about 93% of firms are actually micro firms. 5% are small and medium firms. So for these firms, merger policy is almost irrelevant because they never reach the threshold. So the game is being played, has to be played elsewhere. So at the authority, a few years back, we realized that we could try to do something also to sort of let firms grow and enhancing competition across sectors through this policy mix that we have. And we have used, over these years, the policy mix in a comprehensive fashion. When it comes to advocacy, for example, every year we issue about 70 opinions. We monitor them and we see that on average, every year, 60%, 70% of our opinion are at least partially followed. And I took some time to look at these opinions, and I found that in the last 4 years, this is not official data, but in the last 4 years, 40% of these opinions were about recommending some kind of unnecessary restriction to competition to be removed, because these firms need to scale up, and removing unnecessary barriers can help that. We have also intervened, as you know, using this calling power with attention and awareness of the role that the calling power can play when it comes to promoting innovation. So you know that we have intervened in traditional sectors, but also in some innovative sectors. We have the issue about NVIDIA and AI that's been discussed. We intervene also in the sensorial inertial sector. More will be done. Of course, it's difficult to think that these rare interventions will have a massive impact, but they are interventions that are there to fill a gap. Fill a gap precisely because of the industry structure in Europe, which comprises so many of these startups that needs to grow. Many startups wants to be bought out, because that's the way sort of that helps them grow. They don't have the financial resources, they don't have the capacity to scale up, and they want to be bought. And of course, that kind of innovation for buyout is positive, and we know that. But at the same time, there are also important firms in key sectors that may become important innovators or even potential competitors, and we need to look at those as well. And it's interesting to see that in many countries in Europe, the perception that there is an enforcement gap is inducing authority not only to request these powers, but also to use other tools, and I refer here to 101 or 102, in order to sort of look and analyze this concentration. Furthermore, and then I will conclude to let time, if you look at the cases that we have done in the last years, you will realize that many of these cases were really in key sectors of the economy. The Draghi report says Europe is stuck in the mid-tech sector. We need to do more in digital. We need to do more on artificial intelligence. We need to do more on markets that are nascent. If you go through our enforcement activity, you will find not only a long tradition in the digital sector, as you know, but that the authority very quickly moved the attention to the IE sector. And he moved it using all its tools, not only in antitrust, but also in consumer protection cases, where we run a number of cases on hallucinations. And consumer protection plays a complementary role, and we've seen this, for example, in all the cases on data consent for data acquisitions, because you're talking about practices that may impact on the ability of firms to acquire data. And data is a key input in the digital sector. So again, using multiple tools can really help to sort of enhance competition in certain sectors. Very recently, the authority even opened a new sector inquiry on a very important but kind of nascent market where, you know, the game still needs to be is nascent and positions or dominant positions still need to be determined, which is quantum computing. So this is, I hope it gives the idea of an authority that tries all the time to keep up with these amazing challenges, as Alberto Pera and Mario Siragusa have said we are facing, trying to use its competence, because we never go beyond what is our mission in terms of competition policy or consumer protection, but kind of directing the attention where we feel it is most needed. And that doesn't mean that we only look at big cases, we only look at small cases, but we also try to sort of to make competition policy evolve as the world is evolving, and the flexibility of the instrument allows us to sort of keep up with the change. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Elisabetta, because I think what you are saying, I can draw a sort of conclusion from what you are saying. We have some tools. We have important tools in our competition policy. And we don't need a change in the way in which we apply our rules. We need maybe powerful tools. And of course, you have mentioned two, which seem to me are new tools which have been added fairly recently, which is the calling power and the sector inquiry with the additional powers that have been granted. So, but that goes in the dimension of reinforcing competition authorities and reinforcing competition tools. And I all agree on that. And now go to our second speaker, Vivien Terraine, Vice President of the French Competition Authority. And I think he will give us also his great experience as to what the authority is doing in France. Please, Vivien.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. First of all, I mean, it's a great honor, to be here. So on behalf of President Curé, I'd like to thank, the organizer, the association, the authority. We have very close tie, with the authority. So, it's a real pleasure to be here. In your introductory statement, Mario, you had so many questions, and I have so little time. So yes, indeed, this question I'd like to go through it. With the practice of the French Competition Authority. The industrial policy. Went back. To the debate. In France, especially in the digital sector, in the green transition, and in the health sector. So that's basically. Where we had. Some interaction. With this debate. With industrial policy. And I guess. We can all agree that. At the end of the day, it's not whether we should have an industrial policy, but how we designed it. To make sure that it fosters innovation and not stifle it. And within this with debate, basically, what is the place of the competition authority? What is the role of competition policy? To support innovation. Without undermining it, because that's most of the criticism that we heard. The answer for the French Competition Authority, is pretty. It's pretty practical, because it's clearly not theoretical. If you look at our practice, I guess you will have an answer to one of your questions, which is whether or not our competition will apt to foster industrial policies for innovation. I guess for us we can summarize this debate as competition is clearly not the enemy of industrial policy. It's one of its key elements. Provided it is applied, in a discipline and adaptability way. This is why, competition is a central mechanism for us. Through which innovation, can emerge and diffuse. You mentioned that competition is a driver of innovation. Actually, yeah. It's in our practice. Clearly we reflect this. That competitive pressure is the primary driver innovation. I mean, I could take an example from the merger control. I mean, our practice in merger control, but there's a panel right after us, I mean, on merger control. It just, I mean, to tell you that if you look at our practice and what we do, we don't look only, I mean, at price effects, but we also look at the innovation incentive. And in different sectors, such as, I mean, telecoms or digital services, energy, I mean, we look closely at the fact that whether or not, I mean, the transaction that we have to review, I mean, will reduce R&D rivalry, so really have to have these competitors, or to eliminate a disruptive innovator. So this is what we're going to look at. I mean, especially in digital ecosystem or in green technology. I mean, if I take one or two cases that we had, I mean, one is basically about, I mean, distributors. I mean, something that you may not think, I mean, that it is a real concern. It's two main distributors of electronic products and cultural products. But the thing is, I mean, we authorize, I mean, this operation, but we impose remedies to make sure that actually the innovation in the distribution model, I mean, will be kept, that we would keep this competitive pressure, and that will sustain, I mean, in the end, innovative or innovation incentive. The second case that I wanted to mention is more recent. I mean, that I guess, I mean, you heard about it. I mean, the case, I mean, the Doctolib case, which is that concern, I mean, the online medical appointment sector, and this is a case where, I mean, basically you had, you know, a lot of innovation in this sector. The problem is that Doctolib, I mean, eliminated its main competitor and its only competitor, I mean, in acquiring it. So through this, you know, predatory acquisition, it disappeared. So now we are left with one main technology, the Doctolib technology. I mean, with this operator, and I don't know how it would have been, I mean, without, I mean, this elimination of the main competitor. I mean, if I talk about that, is because, I mean, we needed, I mean, to, and I come back at the end, I mean, about this, because we needed, I mean, to control this operation, I mean, ex post, I mean, using, I mean, 102, so the abuse of dominant position, I mean, for somehow a merger control. But I'll come back to that. I mean, if I look at what I'm just saying, you may think that, I mean, innovation is seen a little bit more negatively, like, you know, like protective, you know, of innovation, and not like, you know, welcoming innovation. I mean, this might be different, I mean, with the revised merger guidelines. You mentioned that. That may lead to a more comprehensive approach of efficiency gains, but I understand from Commissioner Rivera that it will be out tomorrow, so, I mean, that's probably for another discussion. One of your question was also about, you know, cooperation agreement. I mean, that, I mean, we always talk about mergers. I mean, we talked about Alstom Siemens, you know, and this, but you said that maybe, I mean, it's another way to see it, I mean, to foster this industrial policy for innovation is through cooperation agreement. I guess you're right. I mean, this is basically, I mean, how we look at it as well at the French Competition Authority. Because this, I mean, innovation requires sometimes, I mean, cooperation. We recognize that. I mean, we have no issue with that. I mean, we understand that sometimes, I mean, firms need, I mean, to collaborate to develop new technology or new standards, that some investment may be too risky or too heavy for a single firm or a single actor. So, I mean, this we welcome that. It's true that we didn't have a case where, I mean, we could actually see that the cooperation would generate, I mean, the verifiable efficiencies that we could really, I mean, clear it. But I guess it's also because, I mean, each time we have this, it comes in a litigation context, and the standard is quite high. This is why, I mean, we change a little bit, I mean, our analysis, and many authorities here have also, I mean, this system. We put in place an ex-ante mechanism, and we basically open our doors and say to the companies, I mean, come and discuss about your project, you know, if they are pursuing sustainability goals. Sorry. And we're going to look at your project and see, I mean, if we can say that basically it's fine, or, I mean, how you should revise it, you know, if it's not, of course, I mean, yet enforced. So these are these informal guidance letter that we published. We started, in May 2024, to have this notice to explain to the companies. It takes a lot of time, to change, the face you have, how you are seen in the market. We are seen as the bad guys, we are seen as the one, imposing.
Prosecutor.
Yeah, we are seen like that. We're trying, and since President Curé is in charge of this authority, we really have this open door policy, and we really try to do that. In May 2024, so we had this notice about informal guidance letter, to help, that maybe project that would be innovative and pursuing sustainability goals. And you know what? The same year we had our first informal guidance letter in July 2024. Last year we had 2, and already this year we published 2 letters. So one in February, one in March. I believe that we start, there's maybe a change in how companies sees us. When you talk about cooperation, I can also, mention, how we see standardization, because this is something that is important, for industrial policy and how to innovate, to define, standards. And actually, sometimes, most of the time, it's a pro-competitive oriented instrument. Standardization, this is this type of agreements. But the problem is that they are risk as well. It helps, to compare the products or the services, but at the same time, of course, they can agree or exchange, sensitive information. So we mentioned that in several opinions. The most recent, I guess, is the one on the rating system beginning of last year. So rating system for products and services. Maybe you use that, to look at the supermarket for your food. How it is good or not for the environment. So that's so all these systems, all these standards that they're doing that. But most recently, we did that in our study on the impact on energy and environment of artificial intelligence. And we published this study at the end of last year. So in December, we had a webinar 2 weeks ago. It's available on replay on the website of the authority, if you're interested in that. And we discussed, also how to help, this standardization agreement, to help, innovation. You had another question about state aid. I love, state aid. The problem is that we don't do state aid, so as you know. So I could say a lot of things about, what you said, and I probably, I'm in line with you. But, the way we see it is more, how the public entities might actually distort the market. So it's more, this public support through subsidies, through regulation, or through, strategic projects that might lead, to competition issues. And here, what we do, the French Competition Authority, we try all the time, to promote, competitive neutrality, to make sure that the infrastructure have, or the essential infrastructure have an open access. And once again, you can see that if I limit myself to 2 opinions, one that concern, the private hire vehicle sector. So this, I don't know if Uber, this kind of companies, because we were actually consulted by another public authority that is supposed, to look at the type of algorithm they do, and they may extend that to all the companies. So here, we had a say in this in this project, and that's interesting. To see that how we tried, to see this, public involvement, in this sector, how it could distort or it could foster innovation, because actually we didn't have any problem with that. We did the same thing with AI, with the opinion on Gen AI, and but all right, I guess I don't have much time. I told you, too many questions, so little time. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much. I found very interesting this initiative as to the informal guidance letters. Of course, something like that existed at the Commission level in the old days. It was revived with COVID. I am wondering whether we need a new COVID in order to induce the Commission to use such a tool. And I do that in order to introduce Alberto, no, who is our director of DG Comp in Brussels. Please, Alberto.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at this event. I would like to start with a little provocation. Do we really need competition for innovation? Or in the jargon of the DMAs, do we need contestability for innovation? And let me take the sector I work on, which is the digital sector, which is probably the example of rapid innovation. I think in this room we would have unanimity or almost unanimity. The answer to the question is, of course, we need competition for innovation, but that's really not the dominant view in the sector, and certainly is not the view of the companies we deal with, the big digital platform. Actually, the companies, because of the characteristics of the sectors we all know, network effects, the dominance of the companies which have most access to data, and because of these dynamics, actually this sector is tending to produce dominant companies. There is a tipping point and then there is company. And innovation, this company will tell you innovation is working very well within this framework. Within a closed ecosystem framework, there is always innovation coming up. There is innovation first party, the innovation that the companies themselves bring. There is always innovation from third parties. There are many other companies very keen on being on the platform, and they can really truly bring innovation as long as they comply with the rules of the ecosystem, of course. So if they don't challenge the ecosystem too much, but if they integrate themselves in the ecosystem. And then there is a very vibrant growth of startups and people with very brilliant ideas whose main goal is actually to grow the idea up to the point at which they can be bought by one of the big platforms. And if you talk to venture capital, they will tell you, this is our main exit strategy, is to grow the company to a point where we will become part of this platform. So this is a very serious opinion. I think we wouldn't agree to that, but it's a real challenge to demonstrate that they're wrong. Because again, this is an innovative sector. And actually in this very moment, we live in one of those every 20, 25 years of the transformation in the sector, because with generative AI, we have a moment of genuine competition, where there are new entrants, where nobody knows who will be the new dominant companies, but where the trend, if the past is teaching anything, is very likely that this battle is to decide who is going to be the next dominant platform, who is going to be the next gatekeeper. So let's all throw a huge amount of money into the thing, because the one probably that throws the most is the one that comes out as the winner. And of course, working in a competition authority and working on a regulatory instrument, which is not a competition instrument, but is very, very close to it, we totally disagree. And the whole idea behind the Digital Markets Act is that contestability and competition is essential for innovation. That true innovation is done by companies that are not aiming at being part of an ecosystem, of a closed ecosystem, but are aiming at challenging the ecosystem, and that, if you want, at being able to replace it, or at least to offer something radically different. And that the aim of young, brilliant ideas should not be to become part of this ecosystem, to being bought, but again, to grow, to challenge this ecosystem. And this is the aim, I think, of competition policy proper, and it is the aim of the Digital Markets Act in particular. So a little bit more concretely, a couple of examples of decisions we've taken very recently on how we are trying to keep these markets contestable. On Monday, we sent to Alphabet detailed proposals, description of what they think they should do to keep the Android operating system for mobile phone open also to alternative intelligence, chatbots, and services. Things as obvious as pressing along the button which service comes up, or if you say, hey Gemini, you can say, hey Gemini, you get Gemini, but you cannot say, hey ChatGPT, you need to go through and click 3 times to get it. Two things that are a lot more complex that go into the technical workings of Android and what type of APIs need to be open or not to their parties. And this is because, and the other that we adopted a couple of weeks ago is requiring Google to share its search data, all the troves of data they get about us and, when we make search on Google Search, to share it with other search engines, including AI chatbots that are also doing search engine services, so that they can have also the same data and they can also train their algorithms as well as Google can do that. And this is why, because we are convinced we are really at this inception point where there is competition for AI at the very moment, but we also observe that the platforms that already have huge advantages, not strictly related to AI, but related to deployment, like having access to 60% of the mobile phones held in Europe, like Android has, or having a super dominant position in search, these risks distorting that competition and impeding contestability in the future. So our approach to competition and to contestability, what have we done? The DMA is 2 years and a couple of months old. We released yesterday our first review of the instrument. The conclusion is it's still fit for purpose. We don't want to change it. It's too young to be changed. We haven't yet exploited all the possibilities that the DMA has. We're not a baby anymore, but we're still a young toddler, and we want to grow more before we see if we need to change radically. But I would like just to give you 4 very concrete examples of what we consider 8 steps towards more contestability. If you have an iPhone, until recently, you could only download apps from the App Store. That's probably what every one of us does anyway, but there are now 4 alternative app stores on the iPhone. If you have very special taste about games or about games of the 1980s, probably you know, probably you don't. But we start opening competition to that as well, and we want to see a lot more of that. Our provisions of data portability, so the possibility to extract data from the platform, from businesses to be used in other ways and services, gave rise to 40 companies, mostly SMEs, European, that want to extract this data to offer new services. There was none before. On interoperability for WhatsApp services, we have now 2 European startups that are using this interoperability to provide new services in chatbots, not the same as WhatsApp, something different, some tweaks, and like this, there was none before. On browsers, thanks to the choice screens that we required Apple and Alphabet to set up, alternative browsers, they have double or treble their position in Europe. They were tiny, they are very small still, but at least there is more contestability there. So this is the beginning of something that will take a lot more time of what we want to see more. And if I may, just a very final word about regulation under the DMA and competition law. The DMA is not there to substitute for competition law. It was never the idea. DMA is there to tackle some of the most obvious, most systemic issues that competition law has unearthed in the last 20 years. And for this reason, the DMA is not there to do what competition law does best, which is to go deep in the nature of the markets, in defining the markets, in finding dominance, in defining theories of harm, in considering efficiencies whenever it is necessary. The DMA doesn't do any of that. It's a bit of a shortcut. We jump to the remedy phase, if you want, and we can do it because we know these are problems. But for many of the issues, and especially the emerging issues in the digital markets, competition law, both merger control and antitrust control, remains key. And on this remains key the collaboration between us as regulator and us as competition enforcers at the European Commission, and very importantly, the national competition authority as the competition enforcers throughout Europe. And on this, I would like just to conclude with a word of gratitude towards the Italian Competition Authority, who has been at the forefront in the collaboration on the DMA with the European Commission, also making an important investment in terms of resources and discussion that we appreciate very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you very much. No, of course, I agree entirely with you that we should strive to have companies who are able to create their own ecosystem, not only to adopt to the other ecosystem. That's the problem. That's what we should strive for. And I don't think the DMA goes really in that direction. That is only my doubt. No, the DMA goes more in the direction of making the ecosystems which are existing fair and accessible on equal grounds, rather than really focusing. Because if you think about the only provision which tries to go in the direction that you say has been the essential one is the access to the data, right? The search data. That goes in that direction, but I think it is really the only provision of the DMA which really goes in that direction. But that's my comment. I don't want to, we can come back to this discussion. So let's now turn to Morissette, who is the president of our sister association in Holland. Please, Morissette.
Thank you, Mario. And let me start first by congratulating you with this wonderful event. And also for the entire organization. We are very much delighted to be here and also...
Alberto has organized, not
well,
me.
I think you're also doing a great job. And I think it's a wonderful idea, again, to also invite the sister associations of competition or from the various jurisdictions. So that's much appreciated. And again, I think it's also... I'm very happy that we have this debate today. These are not only very topical themes, but also themes that need much reflection, because we do very much need a discussion on how to move forward. We can, of course, hold the line, we can strike back on regulation, but that ultimately is, again, reactive. So what we probably need is to jointly develop, together with competition authorities and practitioners, a way forward on how competition policy could actively power Europe's next phase of growth. As Monsieur Vittorien also said, you raised many questions. I don't have an answer. But what I can share is a practitioner's view and the interplay between competition law, industry policy, and innovation, specifically on digital markets. Thank you. In addition to my neighbor, I would like to focus a little bit more on the EU-based companies. And first, on the regulation. There is, of course, an increasing amount of regulation specifically focused. Oh, okay, sorry. So maybe go back to the EU-based companies. What I would like to do is share the practitioner's view, and first the regulations, specifically for designing the platform economy. We see an interplay between competition law and industry policy. There's, of course, an increasing amount of regulation, and I'm sure you're all very well aware of that increasing amount. And they all have the aim to ensure an open, fair, and competitive digital economy, and rightfully so. These are the core values of our internal market. That said, the impact of this increasing regulation is specifically a heavy burden for our own European-based platforms, and it cannot be underestimated. Now, you may respond that this regulation applies to all EU and non-EU players. That is, of course, true, though in practice, the impact of the increasing regulation is increasingly a heavy burden for the EU-based companies. It is true that the implementation, the monitoring, the adjustment of processes, business cases, and commercial strategies applies to all. This requires ongoing investments, allocation of resources, and those resources cannot be used to increase the quality of the platform, to innovate, and you're right, that applies both to EU and non-EU platforms. At the same time, in our view, it's typically the EU platforms that are heavily impacted by the regulation compared to their main competitors coming from the US and China. The first reason is that it implies to a much larger part of their business. The commercial strategy may be impacted, and it implies to probably the largest part of their business because it's based in Europe. And subsequently, their scale and subsequent also their financial resources of those Chinese and US players enable them to better absorb the cost of regulation, including probably also the cost of any enforcement-related cost and maybe even sanctions. And very important, non-EU platforms have the advantage to grow and test their models in less regulated markets. And I think that's also a little bit to the discussion of my neighbor. Our platforms from the start will need to comply. Again, I do not want to question the importance and the value of, for example, privacy rules. But it is true, and it is the consequence, that non-EU platforms can innovate by experimenting, testing, and training their algorithms in their home markets. And subsequently, those very well-trained systems and algorithms and platforms enter the EU markets and compete with our EU-based platforms that did not have that same ability to experiment and train their algorithms. And if we then consider the presentation of Elisabetta Jossa, who said that in Europe we face the issue of scale-up, indeed, we will need sufficient resources and integration of markets, and that is specifically true also for our EU-based digital companies. And let's not forget that the ambitions of the US and Chinese competitors is to become dominant, and they do not believe in competition. Yes. So, while indeed the regulation applies to all platforms, the question is if there is indeed a level playing field and whether we enable our successful platforms sufficiently to innovate and to continue to compete with the international players. In our view, we need to be very careful not to overstate the position of our successful digital companies. It's very easy in a national market to only see a national hero and, start to focus on compliance and maybe even try to set an example rather than actually seeing the strength of that company in the international context. So in our view, we need not to overestimate their ability to continue to compete in the longer run. This is why we also very much encourage the current work on dynamic competition and economic analysis, as will also be presented by Giulio Federico in a moment. And then again, also, it's particularly fitting also in view of the debate on resilience and the invitation of national competition authorities, including also the Dutch Competition Authority, to bring forward resilience initiatives. That is, of course, great, and it's always very helpful to get informal views from the authorities, but particularly it would be very relevant to hear from the authorities how they view resilience and competitiveness of EU digital markets. And we would also welcome a further debate on how resilience argumentation could be used, not only in merger cases or in one-on-one cases, but specifically also in 102 cases, and other digital regulation. Thank you.
There is no doubt that the growth of regulation raises questions, in particular for some of our European companies. And what I'm particularly afraid is that the degree of fragmentation which still exists, it's really problematic. Even in areas where there has been a very good intervention centrally by the EU authorities with this new regulation, etc., we assist in a number of different regulations which may apply, systematically also in areas which are covered at EU level. And that's something which we should really think about how to simplify, because it does raise a big problem. And then we have our economist. We started with an economist and we finish with an economist. Giulio, please, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mario, and many thanks for the association for the kind invitation, also to the authority for hosting us today. Maybe just a brief disclaimer, because as we talk about innovation and competition, so Auxiro is undertaking a study for the European Commission on dynamic merger effects, which is feeding into the process of the merger guidelines. So I won't say too much about that topic, but I can say a few words, and then the study will be published at some stage in the summer. So I think, Mario, you have said it, also Alberto has, and also Elisabetta, of course, that competitive markets foster innovation, and that's the sort of the mainstream view and the orthodox view. By the way, I agree, just before you get worried, but it is contested. It's contested every few years, every 10, 15, 20 years, sometimes in academia, sometimes in policy circles. In the US, there's been big debates on this every now and then. And this is one of the times where that's the case in Europe. So we saw it a little bit in the Draghi report. There wasn't an enthusiastic embrace for competition, but there was a balanced view. We see it a bit in the mission letter to the EVP Rivera. Let's see what we see tomorrow in the merger guidelines. But I think it's good practice for our community to rehearse why we think competition is good for innovation. Because if it wasn't the case, actually, if we really believed it was bad for innovation or ambiguous, most of us wouldn't have a job probably. Because you think it's such an important element of performance. The competition authorities would doing guesswork on that.
But this is not the only reason why we believe it.
No, I understand. No, I see. I know it's not a selfish self-preservation instinct, but it is a fundamental issue in the whole architecture of the design. Now, and of course, Aguillon and Howitt won the Nobel Prize a few months ago on their theory of creative destruction and the inverted U, the famous inverted U, which appears to be giving a mixed view on the role of competition. And Schumpeter is often, people point to his work, and so does Draghi, to have a more nuanced view. Now, I think if you read Schumpeter and Aguillon and Howitt and Arrow in the right view, so in fact, contestability is an important principle there. If you look at competition as a dynamic process of rivalry, so not just an end state where prices are a cost, but a continuous process of innovation where firms seek to outcompete each other. So this process of creative destruction to render obsolete the products of your predecessors, that in that basic sense, competition fosters innovation. And that was the Schumpeterian view. He was going against the classical economist who was saying, we want all markets to be atomistic, prices at cost, and that's the ideal version of competition. But Schumpeter was saying, no, actually, we want the reward of market power is the driver of innovation, is the reward for innovation. And so don't be surprised if prices are above cost. That's actually a good thing if, to the extent it has fostered innovation. So in that sense, market power is a consequence of innovation, but not a cause. So I think Schumpeter would have been very comfortable with horizontal merger control, for example. No? He says, if people compete innovation, and then, if you stop if you stop firms from competing innovation by merging, so that they stop the process of creative destruction is hindered, then of course innovation is at risk. Absent, of course, efficiencies, and I will come to that in a second. So I think he would have been very comfortable with the direction of the last few years on merger control. I suspect comfortable with what we'll see tomorrow in the guidelines, but again, I don't want to I don't want to speculate. And it's really a distinction between different forms of competition. Not a trade-off between competition and innovation, but a distinction between innovation competition ex ante and product market competition ex post. So in that sense, in a way, it's a bit odd that we have this debate for merger control. That's the more sort of straightforward application of the Schumpeterian view. And in that sense, maybe also have to disclose here, I was quite involved in the Dow DuPont decision by the Commission. I was working in the Commission there. I think the Commission approach in Dow DuPont is sound and has stood the test of time. The real debate, therefore, will be, has always been, on efficiencies, the efficiency defense. Now, Draghi called it the innovation defense. That's obviously a form of efficiency defense. Are we applying a standard of proof to efficiencies that's consistent with the one we apply to harm? On timing, are we too short-termist? So do we not trade off future efficiencies with short-term harm? Do we insist on quantification where quantification is not feasible? Are we handling issues of spillovers, for example, which in the literature are an important feature of innovation in the right way in merger control? And I think that will be the real test, not only in the guidelines and the framework, but probably more importantly in case practice going forward. You know, how will the guidelines be implemented? Because I think we all probably know more or less what needs to be done. It's more doing it in practice. And maybe for final merger control, I think there's a view or a sense sometimes that merger control is not that important to drive innovation. There's many other important levers. I mean, I agree there's many other levers, and we talked about some of them here, but I think actually we shouldn't underestimate the impact and role of merger control. It's a very effective ex ante tool. It has a deterrent effect in terms of which mergers are put forward. So I think if we did an experiment, a policy experiment of adopting a very different approach, perhaps a much more lenient one, I think we would see a macro impact on innovation. So I know DG Competition sometimes tries to point to other instruments or policy levers and underplay the importance of merger control. Olivier Gerson sometimes was referring to the few provisions of the last 20 years, but I do think that actually that's an understatement of its importance. Now, if we come then to conduct, so either unilateral conduct or regulation DMA, I think it is harder. I mean, for many reasons. It's typically vertical conduct. You're dealing with your customers, not with competitors. So there's no immediate sense in which you are stopping a competitive process. So often we have a debate there, actually, on what is competition. That's often the debate in 102. What's competition on the merits? You know, is a price cut by a dominant firm or a tie or a product innovation may look like a tie. Is that good competition or bad competition? So the whole debate on Bronner, for example, you know, Bronner was about trading off static competition and dynamic competition. Are we getting the balance right on Bronner? We have other guidelines in draft form on 102. I think those are more interventionist than the previous guidelines. There's less emphasis on consumer harm. There's more presumptions, at least in the draft. We'll have to see the final version. So I think there Schumpeter would have been more uncomfortable because that's exactly what he was worrying about. Are we putting a cap on the return from past innovation, or are we stopping large firms from innovating? I'm not saying that we're getting the balance wrong, but I think economically that's a much harder assessment to make than the one in horizontal mergers. So actually, if you take a Schumpeterian view, the direction of travel we tend to see more leniency on merger control, stricter approach on antitrust. It's probably the wrong way around. You want to do the opposite. Now, on DMA, I think Alberto is right. In principle, you want to get the balance right between primary innovation and secondary innovation, so the innovation of the gatekeeper and the one of the access seekers. You also want to encourage infrastructure competition, right? Like Mario, you were saying. So I think that's also a very difficult balance. You know, when I don't know, Amazon changes its page and to maybe compete more with eBay, are they self-preferencing? Or when Facebook introduces the marketplace, this is a case that was then decided, Is that time or is that preference? Is it a time or is that a product introduction you want to encourage? So that's a very difficult assessment. I think the consumer welfare standard remains the right assessment for that, a dynamic consumer welfare standard. I think you're going to make type 1 and type 2 errors for sure. So I think the DMA in that sense is actually an extraordinary piece of legislation. I think 10 years ago, we wouldn't have dreamt of it. It's very innovative and very brave. It's probably the right thing to do given the degree of dominance that we've seen in these markets, but it's not an easy task. And I think actually leaving the economics for the remedy part, it's fine perhaps, but let's then do effects on remedies. My experience from mergers and antitrust was very hard to get the remedies right if you hadn't understood in depth the competitive assessment and the context of the conduct. So my concern there on the DMA is whether, I mean, also better resources are not unlimited, whether there's enough assessment of the likely effects to allow you to get to effective compliance in the correct way. Maybe finally on state aid, Mario. I have less experience on that. I think on principle, you're right. That's an effective tool. I think the political economy of state aid is hard because this is, obviously fiscal policy is a national prerogative. So the Commission does try to steer and give guidelines, but on paper those are good. Whether the practice aligns with the guidelines, that's, I think, a more difficult situation. I think that the fiscal asymmetry across member states that we see, I think, plays a role there. So on paper, yes, but in practice, harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Giulio. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I saw that, maybe you can help me, because I saw a statistical data saying that 90% of the member state aid is now concentrated on the areas of priority indicated by the Commission. I don't know whether this is true or not, but I saw this statistic, which is very interesting. Of course, you're right. The fiscal differences remain, and that's of course the problem. That's why I say that industrial policy should be at the European level, financed at the European level. That is the real industrial policy that we need. Because if we have the Italian industrial policy, the Bulgarian industrial policy, I don't know where we end up. We end up in destroying the internal market. So, we started late, so we still have a few minutes to go, because we started late. And I open to the public. Any question or any, no? And also by the other authorities which are present. Any comment on or any answer to the questions which were not answered? Andreas. Or a question. Many years ago, I said to the director of merger control at the Commission level that the Commission approves too many mergers. And I remember that you were present, you agreed with me.
In Germany, it's Siemens Alstom. Any more? Question mark. Maybe Deutsche Börse London Stock Exchange. But that was abandoned not because of the commission that prohibited it, that was abandoned because of Brexit, and companies could not agree, or states could not agree, where the seat of this merged company. So, do we have over-enforcement in a way that justifies this debate? Where is the deficit? If I do not look at not even a handful of mergers, at 2 or 3 mergers that have been criticized for being blocked, what is the deficit? Where is the over-enforcement? Why do we need that debate about relaxing merger control? Good question, huh?
Maybe we'll comment on that.
Thank you, Andrea. Yes. Do you want to pick up a second question?
Alberto.
Excuse me, Mario. I think this is what Andreas put is really the subject that he's going to discuss in 2 minutes. So I think we must.
Okay, but we let Elisabetta.
The discussion at a later stage. I have another issue.
Very good.
For Alberto, because what comes out of your presentation is that really very much of the competition in the digital arena is for getting into an ecosystem which already exists. So that's what you allow. Now it happens that we have a competition for dissertations by the association. And one of the late winners of this competition showed that opening systems to allowing access to ecosystems which are already existing doesn't help very much. And the proof, in a sense, is that despite you have Bing, which is managed by Microsoft, the first thing the word which is more used on Google on Bing is Google. So nobody really used it. So the issue seems to me the one which, at the end, is how you get access to the fundamental inputs, which is the one that Mario put. I mean, the access to the data. Because only if you have access to the data, you then may build up ecosystem which may compete with the old one, with the existing.
Okay.
Yeah, very briefly, I agree with you to a large extent, but not completely. It's true that much of the DMA is about giving access to the existing ecosystems to innovators. It's true that the DMA is not there to change the market structure radically. Giulio is right. Structural change in the DMA is the nuclear option that you can envisage only after 8 years and 3 non-compliances. So at least we are 6 years away, if anything else aligns. But it's still important, and I go back to the example of the access to Android for alternative chatbots. So here is what is at stake, is whether the Android ecosystem will be augmented by having the AI agent of Alphabet, of Google, being basically the only one on dominant one. So you have a closed ecosystem that is already dominant, and you add another dominant element which makes the ecosystem even closer and even more dominant. So what we are trying to do is actually to keep that type of contestability. What we will not change is the fact that 60% of the devices sold in Europe have Android, but what we are trying to do is that there is more contestability on Android. Now, when are we going to change that? I think that will be only with the ingenuity and capability of innovators that will bring new challenges to the existing dominant companies. Whether this is Anthropic or OpenAI, or we all hope a European company, but we don't really see many on the horizon, Mistral, of course, and this is the challenge. But what we want to have is the condition by which these companies will not be killed before they can start competing.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you. And the last word is to Elisabetta.
Thank you, Mario. No, just to go back to Andreas, who said, is there any evidence of over-enforcement? Thank you, Andreas. He gives me the possibility to provide a very brief answer. So I looked at the data from the Italian antitrust authorities. Over the period 2015-2024, We have had 20 phase 2 mergers, of which 90% were cleared with remedies, 5% fully cleared, 5% blocked. So clearly there is no evidence of any over-enforcement. And in fact, it's good to recall where we were just about a year ago, where in most panels, we were talking about under-enforcement because of the evidence coming especially from the US about raising concentration across all product markets and perhaps also yielding to reduction in the labor share. And that's why in the authority, for example, we said, let's look more carefully at the labor market, and the no-poach agreement came later on.
Thank you, Elisabetta, and let's thank this wonderful panelists.
Okay, we will now ask the second panel to take place. We have Claudio Tesauro, Andreas Munt, Saverio Valentino, Ingo Bringer, Lena Asensio, and Paolo Buccios. Cani, you were the first one, excuse me.
Good afternoon, everybody. I kindly ask you to get to your seats. Good afternoon, everybody. and thanks for being here this afternoon for this farewell event in honor of President Rustichelli. This is our second panel, and the question that we are looking at this afternoon is whether we do need European champions, which goes to the art of how Europe thinks about competition, innovation, and global competitiveness. I don't think it is a new debate. I think he actually started at the time when the European Commission in 2019 blocked the Alstom-Siemens merger. And that decision reignited the broader discussion across the EU on whether Europe should actively support the creation of larger globally competitive firms. On the one side of the debate, Europe faced a structural productivity gap, limited ability to generate firms that can scale and compete globally, especially the innovation-driven market, and has highlighted by the Draghi report, size, investment capacity, and technological capacity increasingly matter. This has pulled to view that Europe may need to facilitate the emergence of larger players. On the other side, EU merger policy has long rested on clear premise. Strong competition in the internal market is the best driver of efficiency, innovation, and consumer wealth. In practice, merger control has rarely blocked transaction, even though on this point, which comes back regularly, I'd like to highlight that those numbers may not be the right one. In my limited experience as a lawyer, I know that there's a number of transactions that does not move on because of the antitrust risk of not getting clearance. We perfectly know that for two companies to merge, that's a very engaging path, and each of us as practitioners has advised more than once not to go ahead because the risk of a negative decision or a risk of decision conditioned by large and imposing undertakings may be at stake. So I would not really use that number as a proxy of the fact that Europe does not intervene too much. I would really rather look at the case law to understand whether there is room for a revision of certain criteria and parameters in the merger evaluation that could incentivize certain kind of merger. There is a concern, and this is what I mean, that decision focus narrowly on short-term consumer welfare. It may have proven too short-sighted in a broader long-term competitive perspective. These tensions are reflected in the ongoing revision of the merger guidelines, which is expected to place greater weight on global competitive pressure, scale, investment need, and possibly allow a more flexible assessment of certain transactions. At the same time, as we all know, attention is being paid to below-threshold mergers to protect innovation where acquisition of emerging competitors may otherwise escape scrutiny. This evolution raises a difficult question. How do we preserve effective competition? How do we maintain incentive to innovate? How do we ensure that consumers continue to benefit? I think that the real question is not simply whether European needs champions, but how to reconcile the goal of building firms capable of competing globally with the need to preserve open, competitive, and innovative market within the Union. We will discuss all of the above with a great panel composed by enforcers, some of them with a private professional background, economists, and private practitioners. Let me give the floor to Cani Fernández, who's the president of the Comisión Nacional de los Mercados y la Competencia, that has been for a long time a private practitioner in a major Spanish law firm. Ken, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure being here today. And I will start by declaring that I believe that Europe needs to step up its competitiveness across all industries. That's something I believe. Although I would also like to recommend a book that recently came into my hands, and I am very, very happy reading it, which is Super Europe. It's a book that has been written by Arturo Briz, a guy that is the Director General of the IMD Competitiveness Center in Lausanne. And he, in fact, he's advocating that Europe is not lacking innovation as we believe, is not lacking competitiveness as we believe. There are things that need to be solved. But we are not that bad. So it's a bit of an optimist note that I would like to start with. And then I would like to also concentrate in the things that need to be fixed, because there are several. But just to give you another flavor, not to be always, having pity on ourselves. We've done things quite well in Europe. But yeah, I do believe that if we want to compete in a global world, if we want our companies to compete at the scale of China or India or the US, it's true that in line with the Draghi report, we would need to facilitate global companies to emerge in Europe. So we would need to facilitate scale. I do believe that industrial policy and competition policy are not opposed tools, but they are complementary tools, and they can help each other, and that there are many ways in which competition authorities can help in a way to achieve the goals that maybe are going to enhance the field in which our companies can compete. But I would like to also say that merger control is not, in my view, what is stopping companies from becoming EU champions. For me, the real reason why companies can only become at most national champions is that we are still operating under national markets in crucial sectors such as telecoms, energy, transport, or banking. I'm also the sectoral regulators for telecoms, energy, postal, transport, audiovisual, DSC, and many other things. I am an integrated regulator, and I am witness of how these different sectors are still not working in an integrated market. In telecoms, spectrum is still a question of national sovereignty, and member states are not ready to give up that prerogative and put it in a common use. Now that the DNA is now trying, at least for satellite spectrum, to go a step forward, we will see whether we manage to succeed on that. But still today, our champions in telecoms can be champions of, in Spain, 50 million maximum, not to compete with the 300 and something million in the States, for example. In banking, where despite having a single currency, we do not have a true capital market union. And if you read the book that I was suggesting, it explains how our savings are in fact financing many startups, some of them even European, that are going to the States to get their rounds of capital in order to be able to get what they cannot get in Europe. For example, transport. I am really very happy that the Italian companies, having been strong in competition in Italy, are able to compete fiercely in the Spanish market, where we have 4 brands, 3 competing in a speed train. But, for example, the Spanish companies are not able to enter the French market. They have been very successful in other markets in Europe, but not in Germany, not in France. There are still many barriers to go. Or energy, which is my favorite field of criticism, because we have not interconnections that would allow the whole of European industries to take advantage of the very low prices that, for example, we are having in renewables in Spain, with the support or the certainty that, for example, the nuclear energy in France is providing. Therefore, creating a single market that would prove really competitive in energy prices for all of us. It's not working. No matter how many mergers are cleared, the resulting entity post-transaction is not going to have these 450 million consumers, which is the potential of Europe, or if we take the book that I was recommending, almost 600, because Super Europe is including, again, those areas in which we are, in fact, trading. It's Switzerland, Norway, UK. So we have the potential of having companies that would scale up at a level that would allow our companies to really be global champions. But in order to do so, we need to complete the internal market. Without that, any change in merger control is going to help, and I will go to that now, but it's not going to solve the problem. And in merger control, of course, we can do many more things, although I believe that with the current framework, we could have been able as well to deal with many of the problems that are being thrown on the desk. The current framework allows for a dynamic approach to merger control. It is nowhere forbidden that we can take into account, as of today, not only theories of harm in innovation, but theories of benefit in innovation. It's nowhere forbidden to take into account dynamic efficiencies and also investments. It's true that we don't have, at the European level, monitoring units that would allow us to, for example, get satisfaction when we are requiring investment remedies, for example. We do have that in Spain, and we have been successful in monitoring several mergers in which the remedies consisted of investment, for example, in sectors, for example, in the health sector, hospitals mergers, where the merging of 2 hospitals in several provinces was even getting the level of almost a monopoly, but because of the investment done in opening up different specialties that were not previously present, we were able to innovate and allow for a better product for patients. We've been monitoring the investments, and I can tell you that in all cases that were clear with this kind of remedies, parties have abided by their commitments and are now working. But of course, it's going to be always helpful because it's for competition authorities, it's always difficult how to assess a true innovation defense. I agree with that. How to evaluate investment-driven efficiencies. We've done that, and it's not easy, and guidance would be very welcome. And when investment commitments, enforceable investment commitments, are appropriate. So we are looking forward to receiving that. We've been contributing to the merger process, and I'm sure that it's going to help a lot going into a more dynamic view of the market in merger control. And I will stop here if there are questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Kani. All the panelists promised that they were going to keep their intervention within 10 minutes to allow questions from the audience. So thank you to be so precise. There is an ongoing debate whether let's say, the responsibility of the lack of sizable company in Europe is due to the failure of creating a true European market, which is kind of sad for somebody like me who started in Brussels at the end of the 80s together with Martin, and we were there leaving the era of a unified market with 12 stars that would have created a bright future for all of us, or it is because of a strict way merger control has been applied, which nowadays everybody seems to be more flexible. But if you look at the case law, lots of decisions go down on an extremely narrow market definition of an absence of correct evaluation of potential competition. If you just think about how important has been the maverick in the telecom business from a merger control point of view, did those maverick do well in Europe? Certainly the cost for a consumer telephone is lower than in many other areas of the world. but is it really been beneficial for the company? So there is a continuous debate whether it's the fault of the fact that we could not achieve a single market, whether it has been a strict application of merger rules. And of course, in the idea of the legislator, those are part of the same problem, two sides of the same coins. Alexander Mund, I may really say that you've been the long-lasting serving chairman in the history of antitrust law worldwide. I think Martin and I were kids when you were already chairman, so we would benefit from your experience.
Thank you, and my name is Andreas, already for decades, just to mention that as well, not Alexander. I mean, the question of the panel is, to a certain extent, do we need European champions? And I think the answer to that is crystal clear. Of course, we need European champions. That is obvious to me. And by the way, we have lots of European champions in Europe. This morning, I touched down at Fiumicino Airport, and what struck me there is that I saw so many planes with so many different brands, and in the end, it's always member of the Lufthansa group. I mean, wherever you look at Fiumicino Airport, you see Swiss Airlines, you see ITA Airlines, you see Eurowings Airlines, you see Austrian Airlines. I mean, I think nobody would doubt that Lufthansa, at least to a certain extent, is a European champions. And I think champions are really extremely important. Elisabetta mentioned already that such a large part of companies, not only in Italy, Germany too, and I think that's true for all over Europe, are small and medium-sized enterprises. But I think we all know that to a large extent, these SMEs depend on champions, because these champions, they form clusters in certain areas. They foster entire industries. They're important for suppliers. They're important for crafts. They are important for skills, for so much more. So I think to have a champion is of utmost importance if you want to foster all these skills, suppliers, and all of this. So I think it's out of question that we need European champions, not only in digital, by the way, also in the industrial sector, in the service sector. I think everywhere. The only question is, how do we make them champions? What is the way for these companies to become a champion? And only here emerges the question, if we prevent companies from scaling up to reach a significant and meaningful size in order to be competitive. And by the way, we're talking about competitiveness today. If we want to make Europe competitive, we have to make these companies competitive. I think that is our very first task. So here I come back to my small intervention from the floor. Do we really prevent this scaling up by a too strict merger control, be it in Brussels, be it in Bonn or elsewhere? And here I can only repeat, I firmly and I'm absolutely sure that we have no over-enforcement, neither in the capitals nor in Brussels. What are the cases that are brought forward? It's always Siemens Alstom. Even my chancellor knows the case, Siemens Alstom, and says this shall not happen again. I can only say, as far as I sit here today, Siemens is successful, Alstom is successful, and I would put it that way. We have two European champions in this sector, which is not such a bad result of the merger assessment of DG Comp. That has not been an error. That has been a success. I already said something on Deutsche Börse, London Stock Exchange. Also, that is mentioned. We need bigger stock exchanges in Europe. Those who are familiar with stock exchanges doubt that, by the way. There are other features that hinder stock exchanges in Europe to grow. It is not really merger control. So I firmly believe that champions or large companies, at least to a very high extent, they do not fail because of merger control. They fail for other reasons. There is a specific sector that you mentioned, that is telecoms. I come from Bonn, the seat of the Bundeskartellamt, and of course the seat of Deutsche Telekom, which means I meet Tim Höttges from time to time. I like him a lot, but I meet him and we always have the same debate about mergers. And then he comes with the United States, where everything is so much more successful, where they can invest so much more. And I think also here, maybe there is, I do not want to speak for Kani and Saverio, but I'm pretty sure we would probably not object to trans-border telecom mergers. It is for a good reason that we have so many telecom companies in Europe, but that is not because of merger control. That is because we do not have a harmonized regulation in Germany. I think Deutsche Telekom has 8 or 9 regional companies for its telecom companies in Europe. In the US, there's only 1. Why is this so? We have in Europe several regulation regimes. Every regime is very specific, so specific that you seem to know a special affiliate to deal with it. That is completely different in the US. So again, we do not stand in the way of transnational mergers. We stand in the way when it comes to national mergers, maybe from 4 to 3, or maybe even from 3 to 2, or is there any, maybe even more. This could create problems. By the way, if you do not want to merge, or if you cannot merge, we have shown in Germany that there are other opportunities, other way outs. If you look at the cooperation, for example, between Deutsche Telekom and a company called EWE, they are active in the northwest of Germany in the fiber grid. We have allowed for cooperation between the incumbent, Deutsche Telekom on the one side, and EWE to build up a joint fiber net in the northwest of Germany. So there are also ways and means to deal with these issues. And again, cross-border expansion would even be desirable. There's also this question about innovation. If you look at Germany, we had this merger between Sanofi and Höchst many years ago that was driven by innovation. They should innovate. Höchst has disappeared in Germany, cannot be seen anymore, cannot even be identified, hardly. And the merged entity, Aventis, I'm not so sure if this is really a company that is so known for its innovation, question mark. But if that has really succeeded, one had to look into that very carefully. On the other hand, there are mergers where we do not stand in the way, but which are not wanted from a political side. UniCredit, Commerzbank in Germany. What a chance for a European banking champion. No, their policy gets more careful, you know. We care for Frankfurt. We talk about sovereign access to the monetary and banking markets. I do not want to downplay that, but you see here other deliberations come into play on the policy field, which are completely different. What I firmly believe, when we talk about competitiveness, we must talk about completely different thing. And I do believe that the debate about the relaxation or whatever of merger rules is nothing but a side battle. I heard an interview by Matthias Döpfner with Richard Zocher. I don't know if you know him. He's German. He's the founder of an AI startup, of course not in Germany, but in the United States. And Richard Zocher was asked if Europe is well equipped for AI. And Richard Zocher said, well, AI requires 5 things. Cheap energy, chips, data, the willingness to innovate, and compute resources. And he added, if I got it right, in Europe you have none of this. This stands for the core problems that we face in Europe. The core problems are overregulation. I think that is an enormous hindrance for the European economy to grow and to scale up. Energy prices are an enormous hindrance. The fact that we have, to a certain extent, failed, at least at the beginning, in digital markets, that now we have to catch up. I think we can catch up, but it's not easy. But that is, of course, another reason. The tax burden. We desperately need a corporate tax reform, at least as far as Germany is concerned. We talk about that for a long time. It has not happened yet. And last but not least, the single market. I think that is key. If we really want to be successful in building up large companies in the digital sector or elsewhere, we need more money. How do we get more money? By having a monetary and banking union in Europe. It's a matter of fact that the pools for money for the time being are simply too small. How can we enlarge them? By a monetary union. So having said that, this is the homework that policy makers need to do. And if you look at everything, you will easily see that is nothing that is easily done. That is nothing where you find a strong political will to do that. So what do policymakers do? They talk about merger control. That's the easier thing. We need big companies, so we need to release the rules, relax the rules. That's the point, and that is a little bit of a side battle that we are fighting. Maybe one last remark. We have some experience in Germany with creating champions. You know, we have the ministerial authorization of mergers, which means the Bundeskartellamt can block a merger, and the companies can come in at the ministry, and the ministry can overrule our decision for certain beneficiary reasons to the general public. That has happened from time to time. One of the big mergers where this has been the case was the takeover of Kaiserstengelmann by Edeka. And this reflects very well what happens after a merger has either been cleared by clever lawyers or if policy has mingled with it. If it has been cleared by clever lawyers and economists, they walk away with a great victory. We got the merger through. Fine. Well done. Great. Excellent job. Or policy. I saved jobs. I did something for this region. The one who has to live with that result is neither the lawyer nor the policy maker. The one who has to live with it is me. Because years after this merger has been cleared, everyone comes to me and said, have you looked at this market? Have you looked at how concentrated it is? Have you looked at how high the prices are in this market? Where have you been? Where have you been? Why haven't you done anything? So it is not surprising that I take maybe a slightly different view. I mean, I must say I'm under impression of the fuel debate in Germany and the fuel prices. But it is like that. We have to live with it. And we are asked in the aftermath to deal with these questions. And then comes another question on the table. How do we deal with that with regard to abuse of dominance cases? Because this is what we run into if we relax the merger regime too much. So I think it is very important in this debate. We can talk about it. We can talk about efficiencies. We can talk about dynamic deficiencies. We can talk about innovation. I think that is a fair debate. And I think it is fair that if we want to reach competitiveness, that we ask ourselves, what also can we contribute? But I think we should also be aware that we have to think it to the very end, not just to the merger that is ahead, but we have to think it to the end. What does the market look like in 5 or 6 years? That's the first point, and we have to think it to the very end. If the market does not work very well anymore, how do we deal with that as competition agencies? What are our tools then? And I tell you, it cannot be lengthy abuse controls proceedings that are plastered with legal obstacles, economic obstacles, court obstacles. That is, in the long run, not the way forward. So this is, take a holistic approach, think about it all, and do not just think about the next 1 or 2 years. That is not sufficient in this sense. That's my experience for many years.
Thank you, Andreas. Of course, I do agree with you that in general terms, overregulation is one of the main challenges for companies to grow, whether it is failure to achieve a real single market, whether it is the misuse of the golden power to protect national interest, whether it's the strict application of merger rules, whether they fail or not, to evaluate the long-term impact of a merger. Now, you rightly say that both Alstom and Siemens have done fine. We don't know what would have they done if the merger would have been cleared. So it's always very difficult. And for me, the telecom market, it is an example, because the delay that we have in the innovation sector seems hard to recuperate. The distance that now we have in terms of development and the amount of money that we would need to reach a satisfactory level to compete with US or Chinese company seems to be almost overwhelming. But one thing that you touch is if a merger goes through and then the market proves to be not competitive enough, an authority still has tools to intervene afterwards with the abuse of dominance. And I think this is one of the issues that Saverio wants to cover, bringing the experience of long-standing practitioner and a member of the Italian antitrust authority since 2003. Saverio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claudio. First of all, I would like to say something to Roberto, because this event is on his honor. It was really a pleasure to have worked with you for the past 3 years. I think the authority has done amazing things during these years, and I'm very, very happy of this experience together. Thank you. And to come back to the topic of our discussion, talking about European champions and national champions, it is very difficult to talk about the interventions of Kanin and Andreas, who have explored this issue in a very thorough way. I fully agree with their positions. I was thinking about another case of a possible European champion that was not allowed to be created, and it's what happened in the Booking Itraveli, possibly because Booking is a Dutch company, Itraveli is a Swedish company, and it was a conglomerate merger. And despite the fact that nowadays all the rumors concerning the new merger guidelines are saying that there is going to be a relaxation of the merger control rules. In the case, which is only 3 years ago, the European Commission created a new theory of harm, the ecosystem theory of harm, based on a notion of entrenchment in order to block the transaction. In any event, we know that these new guidelines will become public very shortly. I believe that there are very interesting notions that may be in these guidelines. Kani mentioned some of those, like the theory of benefit, not only the theory of harm, but also the theory of benefit, and the dynamic efficiencies. So my position is that once the Commission has finalized its guidelines, its merger guidelines, now there is going to be probably a public consultation, but once they are finalized, regardless of its content, my position, I believe that the Italian authority should follow the merger guidelines as designed by the European Commission, because this is we always act in full cooperation with the Commission in the framework of the European competition network. That said, as Claudio mentioned before, I would like to move away from mergers and talk about the approach taken by the Italian Competition Authority with respect to our national champions, the Italian national champions, particularly in the framework of liberalizations. In Italy, we had many companies that enjoyed monopolies, and there were laws that brought liberalization in those markets. The Italian authority has played a very important, a significant, an essential role in allowing this liberalization and the entry of competitors in several markets. I would like to mention a market that was already referred to by Kani, and it's the high-speed train market. Because in this market, the first intervention by the Italian authority dates back to 2009, and thanks to that intervention, the entry of a competitor of the incumbent operator Trenitalia was allowed. The new competitor Italo has competed firstly against Trenitalia, and the competition between these two players has enabled a significant increase in the offer and demand of high-speed train services. From 2014 to 2019, just before the pandemic, there was an increase both in offer and demand of about 50%, and in the same period, prices decreased by 5%, despite the inflation, which was not too high at the time, but still there was some. Therefore, thanks to competition between these two players, Italian consumers, but not only Italian consumers, but also the many tourists that we have in Italy, could enjoy from a wider option of low-priced train tickets. At the same time, thanks to the great competition in the market, Trenitalia has significantly improved the quality of its offer. And thanks to that, it has gone abroad. It has entered the high-speed train market in Spain successfully. Kani told us that. And in France, I don't know how successfully, because Kani he told us that for the Spanish company it didn't work well. I know that there are some people from the Ferrovie dello Stato group here. Unfortunately, I forgot to ask how they were doing in France. However, I believe this is a success story, and there is another chapter to this success story, because last year, following a complaint from the French train operator SNCF, we initiated an investigation into Rete Ferroviaria Italiana, which is the manager of a train infrastructure in Italy. The SNCF was complaining about the obstructionistic behavior of RFI, the manager, because they were not giving SNCF a sufficient number of trucks to allow them an entry, a scale, a sufficient scale for the entry on the Italian market. And this was done according to the allegations made by SNCF in order to favor their sister company, Trenitalia. The Italian authority opened an investigation, and then we negotiated excellent commitments, I believe, with RFI, and these commitments will allow, hopefully in the coming months, in the near future, the entry of a third high-speed train operator in Italy, and this should ensure that consumers will have lower prices and possibly better qualities of train even. Thank you very much. And I need also to apologize because possibly I might have to leave before the end of the panel, so I say it in advance. Thank you.
I hope you're not going to get on a train because they may leave you at the station. No, but I think your example is extremely helpful in understanding what is the role that an antitrust authority can play when opening a market to new competitors, with the idea that, of course, competition stimulates the growth and also, as we heard before, helps the company to move abroad and continue. So on that, the example is very significant. I would now leave the floor to Paolo Buccirossi. You all know him. He's a very well-known economist with a past here as an enforcement. Paolo.
Thank you very much, Claudio, and thank you, Alberto, and the association for the very kind invitation. I'm super happy to be here for this event, farewell in honor of President Rustichelli, and I want to thank him for the tremendous work that has been done over the last 7 years. So when Alberto asked me to be in this panel, I thought that it would be interesting to share with you the results of the research that we have done for the European Commission. So to contribute to the debate, rather than with my opinion, with some data, you know, that's what economists typically do. So my presentation, I'm the only one using slides, but there is a reason, as you will see in a moment. So my presentation, I will first set the question, and then I will share with you the results of the research I was mentioning before. Now, the question, in a very simple way, that we have to answer is the following. Is there a trade-off between protecting competition and enabling firms to compete globally? Now, before I give you the results of our research, I have to point out that the way I pose this question is not neutral, and probably that there are some premises that can or should be challenged. The first premise is that the objective of competition law enforcement in general and merger control is solely to protect competition. And the second premise is that competition authorities do it properly, which means that the tools that are used and the rules that preside they use are fit for purpose. Now, I won't tackle these two premises, but you may want to keep them in mind for the debate. Now, this question has been addressed already in the economic literature. There are two views, which is good, so that we have some debate. The first view, however, is clearly predominant and maintains that domestic competition pushes firms to be more efficient, to be more innovative,
And so this makes them more able to compete also on global markets. And in addition to that, competition has the role of selecting the firms that are the most efficient and the most innovative, and that's therefore that are more likely to succeed also abroad. And this view is linked to the name of Guion, Porter, and many others. And there is also large empirical literature that support this thesis. The opposite view is a minor view, I have to say, but still, the argument is that competition prevents firms from reaching a scale that would allow them to make the investments that are necessary to compete in international market. Now, as I said, I think it's interesting to share with you the results that we obtained in the research that we have done for DG Comp. The research is much broader, it's about the state of competition, and it was done by a consortium led by us. But one of the chapters of this research is precisely about the relationship between domestic competition and the success of firms in export markets. And so you can read the entire research, or maybe you want to read a much shorter paper in which we summarize the results of this work stream, and both are available on our website. Now, this was done through a survey. We surveyed firms that are successful exporters in top export sectors in 11 member states. And the first point that it's worth mentioning is that, of course, those firms are active in one or more markets as a seller, but they are active in many different markets as buyers. And of course, if we restrict, if we loosen merger control, or if we make, if we make the enforcement of competition law less strict, we affect competition in all of these markets. And which means that we may lose competition also in the markets in which those firms procure their inputs. And as far as I know, I've never heard that buying more expensive input or lower quality input may help firms competing abroad. So we have to keep in mind this. So we asked them what they think about the importance of having competitive markets, whether by inputs and physical inputs and services, and what about competition in their own market. And it's not surprising that exporters, European firms, think that having competitive input markets is really crucial and fundamental. So that's quite obvious, and this is not surprising. Maybe a little bit more surprising, however, is that they think that competition in their own market is also very important. And that's the 67% figure that maybe, Elisabetta, you mentioned in your introduction. So let us consider these markets in turn, and let's start with physical markets. We know that the way markets work can affect prices, quality, innovation, and variety. Those things don't necessarily go together. There might be trade-offs, but these are important aspects of the way firms compete. And so we asked our surveyed firms, what is the most important aspect in physical input for their success in international competition? And there is a clear winner. If you look at the figure here, you see that quality is considered the most relevant dimension that they care about. Then comes price, then innovation, and finally variety. Let's now consider the service market. We first asked which are the services that are the most important for competing internationally. And the services that are mentioned the most are, of course, transportation, but then energy and IT and communication. Then we asked how relevant is having access to cheap services, or how relevant is that to access to high quality services. And we have the results of these questions here. Here we're looking at the prices, and the dark blue bar are those that think that having low price in those services is very important. And in this slide, we have in the dark blue bar those that think that have high quality for those services is very important. Now, I don't have time to go through the details, but if you compare the two slides, we have that most firms think that price is more important than quality in energy, transport, and financial services, whereas quality is more important than price for IT, communication, professional services, creative inputs, and R&D services. And this is, again, not really surprising because there is a clear difference between the former services and the latter. As the former are more homogeneous, electricity is more or less the same, no matter who provides it, whereas other services are more differentiated. So the bottom line is that when differentiation is important, quality is an extremely important feature to compete in international market. In this slide, we tackle the main questions because we summarize the two theses that I mentioned at the beginning in 4 statements, and we ask our surveyed firms whether they agree or not with those statements. So the first 3 statements describe the positive relationship between competition and export success. And the first one says competition in domestic markets has increased innovation in our company. The second one, competition in domestic market incentivizes us to improve or maintain product quality. And the third one, competition in domestic markets incentivizes us to increase efficiency. The last statement summarizes the main argument against strong merger control, if you want, because they say competition in domestic markets curb the size of our domestic operation, which prevent us from being more successful in export markets. And the interesting result that we obtain from this survey is that European exporters clearly support and back the first hypothesis. So they think that competition is important to be efficient, to be able to compete internationally. So having the pressure of a competitive market is crucial to remain efficient, to provide the quality that is necessary. Whereas the idea that international success is somehow harmed from competition doesn't receive any support. Only 9% of respondents think that they were somehow harmed by too much competition. And finally, we asked the effect of competition they had on their success in export markets. And you see that very few companies believe that they were harmed by excessive competition. This is the red slice in this pie chart, and only 14% of those companies thought that being in a competitive market was detrimental to their ability to compete abroad, whereas 42% believe that they benefited from being under constant pressure. Some think that competition doesn't matter too much. Okay, so the main takeaways is that we have to remind ourselves that competitive input markets are crucial. So this is an important role that competition agencies have to pursue. also through the tools of merger control. The second thing is that for European exporters, in many cases, quality matters more than price, which means that in assessing mergers, we should pay maybe more attention to the quality effect of a transaction. And finally, the idea that domestic competition will limit the success in foreign market abroad is not supported, and it's not shared by the same firms that are top exporters in Europe. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Paolo. That's very interesting. I remember there was a big sign in the conference room of a luxury good company that said, "Quality is remembered long after price is forgotten." So quality certainly is a driver to competitiveness and to growth and export, and quality is fostered by a competitive market. There's no question about it. And it's not easy for a lawyer, unless, as Kani suggested, you married with an economist to fully understand your numbers, but I'm not sure I would do what she has done just to follow you, but that's fine. So let's go back to lawyers. Lena Sersison, she is the chairman of our sister association in France, and has a long experience as a private practitioner. Lena.
Thank you very much, Claudio, and great many thanks to the AAI for inviting the Sisters Association. It is an honor to speak in a panel with such prominent panelists surrounding me. So I will mainly discuss two topics: the need of scaling up to allow European champions confronted with the merger control burdens. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes, indeed. Makes a difference. So did you hear about the prominent panelists that were around me? That's good, because it is important. It was for you, indeed. So I will mainly discuss two topics: the need of scaling up for companies confronted with the merger control burdens, and I will also discuss the challenges of assessing innovation in merger control processes. So I believe there is a large consensus, and it has been widely discussed today, that competition policy must not prevent EU companies from achieving the scale and efficiency needed to remain competitive at global level in a challenging economic landscape, or to put it as we read it in the Draghi report, a radically changing world. The Executive Vice President Ribera advocated the need for a new approach to competition policy that is more supportive of companies scaling up. And this strategic shift has been endorsed by President von der Leyen in her mission letter to Executive Vice President Ribera. Yet, this great ambition that I think we all share sometimes sits uneasily with the prevailing perception of European and national merger control complexity and administrative burden. In fact, the efficiency of merger control procedures has a direct impact on unions' competitiveness. And the situation, unfortunately, is not necessarily more favorable for parties to non-reportable transactions due to, on the one hand, the proliferation of culling mechanism by national competition authorities following the Illumina Grail case. As you well know, the introduction of a culling power is also being contemplated in France. And on the other hand, with the revival of ex post review following the Tower Cast judgment. As a result, safe harbors such as notification thresholds, originally designed to offer legal certainty and avoid unnecessary filings, are becoming less reliable. I think at this stage it's always important to quote the Illuminated Grail judgment. The Court of Justice stressed the need to provide for a legal framework capable of guaranteeing to the party to a concentration, effectiveness, predictability, and legal certainty. So, maybe as a beginning of an answer to President Mund's question, I will illustrate the tensions between vigorous competition policy and the need for European companies for sufficient scale to compete by the aborted TF1 M6 merger. So notified in February 2022 before the French Competition Authority, it would have resulted in the concentration within one single entity of 7 French television channels among those with the highest audience. In March 2022, the authority opened an in-depth examination phase. The central issue was a possible redefinition of the relevant markets. The authority indicates that the audiovisual sector is facing profound changes, marked in particular by a change in consumer habits and by the rise of video-on-demand services by subscription, also called SVOD. The parties argued notably that the convergence between televisions and online advertising occurred, and these two types of advertising had become substitutable from the advertiser's standpoint. Therefore, there was a need to update the television advertising market in order to integrate television and online advertising into one single market. This was based on and that is what is quite interesting in this case, this was based on a clear forward-looking approach, the parties pointing to the upcoming arrival of hybrid paid TV offers by the end of year 2022, integrating advertising in SVOD platforms. This forward-looking approach analysis, based on the current and future evolution of the sector, was not followed by the authority. In view of the very high market shares, and I'm looking at Vivien Terrien, because he knows well also the case, more than 70%, the authority considered that only a large-scale structural remedy consisting of a transfer of a channel and not one of the channel, but necessarily a major channel, being either TF1 or M6, emptying, in fact, the industrial project of this substance. So the parties decided to abandon the transaction. And when we are talking about over-enforcement, I think it's not sufficient to just look at the numbers and the statistics of transactions that do not go. We need to look at what transaction does not go forward. And there are a number of this sort where the parties decide to withdraw their merger. So the authority took the view in that case that the development of video-on-demand services was not within a foreseeable time frame capable of offsetting the strengths of linear television. With hindsight, 4 years later, you remember that it was in 2022, this is quite debatable, considering that identical ads are now shown on both linear television and SVOD platforms, for instance, Disney Plus and Amazon Prime. In this specific context, the prospect of creating a national super champion capable of competing with major international platforms such as Netflix, Amazon, or Disney Plus was set aside. This case was about a potential national champion rather than a European champion. But is it possible to have a European champion if you do not start with a domestic one? And we have other examples of cases with big champions that were withdrawn. I can cite, for instance, Euralis Maïsado in May 23, But in the meantime, they have re-notified the same transaction a day ago, well, in the very last days. And we can also cite the Smartbox Wonderbox transaction withdrawn by the party in May 2023. If we still discuss the idea of this forward-looking assessment, the APDC, the association that I share, in its contribution to the consultation on the merger control guidelines, advocates for a forward-looking assessment of scale needs within the competitive analysis rather than confining them to the efficiency stage. We see various benefits of scaling up: improved investments and innovation capacity, better access to capital, enhanced ability to compete globally, and networks effects. They are all relevant even if market power is created or strengthened as a result. We believe that these benefits should be assessed prospectively and in light of sector-specific characteristics, of course supported by robust economic evidence. Mergers can bring significant pro-competitive benefits in terms of investment and innovation due to pooling resources, including R&D, staff, capital, infrastructure, and know-how. And I would like to make another point on the innovation and the point on the dynamic processes and innovation in M&A process. One important issue that we encounter regarding innovation is the use of static tool by the agency to analyze dynamic process. The limitation of such a static approach, static economic models, for instance, are even more inadequate in the rapidly growing digital economy. Regarding innovation, and as very well described in the work of Gorkeinak and Thies, the current static approach often views effect as certain and predictable at the time of conducting the competitive analysis, but on the other hand, the competition authorities tend to treat pro-competitive arguments regarding innovation as speculative and uncertain. So we tend to see a double standard in the treatment of innovation. Here again, in order to strike the appropriate balance, prospective analysis must be given priority. So my last word, to quote President Munt, what we need to look, what the market will look like in 5-6 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. I think you rightly point out how difficult it is to strike a balance between the need of legal certainty and a system that it is flexible enough to catch anyhow mergers that may be detrimental to competition, especially if we look at the need of innovation and where the market will be in the near future. So it is a very complex issue. Ingo, I know how difficult it is to normally close such a panel. I mean, the pressure is all on you. And I think you want to bring us a case on consolidation in agribusiness. Ingo Brinker is the chairman of our sister association in Germany. Ingo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claudio. And I also would like to join the others in thanking Alberto and AI in particular, all together, that we were invited to this blended conference. It's a great pleasure to be here, a great honor also to contribute to the farewell to the President of the Italian Authority. Fully mindful of the time, Claudio, also mindful that a lot has been said so far. I would like to simply build on what Morizet has done, what Lena has done. We are lawyers in private practice, and of course we see things maybe not so much from a policy standpoint, but more from the practical situation when we advise clients, but also have to approach the authorities and, if necessary, the courts as well. So To be very, very short on the policy issue, I agree with what Andrea said and also Kani, that indeed champions are important. I frankly do not care too much whether these are European champions, national champions, champions in various member states. We see that all over in Europe, and I have absolutely no concern that this is important. The question is whether we should support it from a policy, from a political perspective. And there are, I think, good reasons to do that, and there are many reasons not to do that. Take, for example, Airbus. I think that's a great example. Without the support of member states, without the support of the European Union, this company would not be there where it is on a global scale. So that's a very good example why support from public policy is needed from time to time. There are many other areas where this is not necessary. I don't have to mention them. We are all aware of that. But I would simply stick to this brief statement that champions are important predominantly on the basis of competition, of their own efforts, of their success, of their innovation, and the strength they have developed over time. I also agree what has been said in terms of there is no over-enforcement, but I would limit this statement or this consent to the substance. All these statistics are impressive. There are a number of phase 2 investigations, not many are disapproved. Indeed, it is quite obvious that version control as regards substance is probably not the kind of problem. I would build a little bit upon what Lena has already started to say, which is there is not only, as Andreas has said, over-regulation in certain areas, but there is also over-enforcement on the competition authorities' side when it comes to procedure. And I fully appreciate that many of you will not agree with that, but I will give you a couple of examples why this is the case. Coming back to the question of champions. Claudia has referred already to a case study I would like to share with you in 2 or 3 minutes, which is agribusiness, because these 3 transactions were clearly driven by cost and by the need to innovate. So we had Dow DuPont, we had ChemChina and Syngenta, and we had Bayer Monsanto. I left out BASF because BASF is one of the players who obviously took advantage of some of the drop-offs of these other transactions. I'm coming to that in a second. So in terms of innovation, you may wonder whether these transactions have been successful, also in terms of creating champions. Not so obvious, because if you take Bayer Monsanto, they are still struggling in the US courts about Roundup, and it's hard to see when this comes to an end. So time, money, resources have been wasted on this particular transaction. Dow DuPont may have achieved something. ChemChina, Syngenta is still the same kind of company it has been before. We have seen various steps in the Chinese restructuring when it comes to financing and the like. So maybe things have not developed in the kind of direction they had in mind at the very beginning. Turning to BASF. BASF has been able to take some very important assets which had to be divested in the course of this process. So they may have developed quite nicely over time. But overall, I think, and this is just anecdotal, and I fully appreciate that there is, of course, some bias, because being a practitioner in competition law always means that you have been involved to a certain extent in these cases. But if you see what has happened over the last 10 years, it may be not so convincing that this consolidation truly has happened. On the other hand, and that's important as well, when we talk about competition law, if we talk about the activities of the companies, I think one of the predominant aspects, and one of the really renowned, famous professors for law, philosophy, and also economics, Hans-Joachim Mestnecker, keeps on telling us it's not only about efficiencies, it's not only about preserving or limiting competition. It's about the freedom to act. So it's the decision which has to be made by the companies in a free market society to think carefully what has to be done, what should be done. They should be able to do it, of course, subject to certain limitations, but nevertheless, they should be able to do that. If it doesn't turn out okay, bad luck, then that's part of the market-oriented society. They have to take, or their shareholders have to accept the failing success. But having said that, nevertheless, these cases are also a good example why I believe that in certain respects there is indeed a certain over-enforcement in the sense that companies have to share the burden, as Moisette has said, as Lena has said, and this is clearly detrimental also to the development of champions, but also when it comes to innovation, because a lot of resources have to go into these regulatory processes. Once again, going back into my personal history, the first real big merger case I was involved in as a young lawyer, when my tutor asked me to help, was the creation of Novartis. And Novartis, I think we would all agree, has been a great success. But at that time when we notified Novartis, it was the combination of two Swiss companies. We filed with the European Commission at that time 150 pages. 150 pages in German. And we had, of course, hundreds, if not thousands, of annexes, but nevertheless, it was a fairly short notification. It went to phase 2. This was approved subject to remedies, but it was a fairly decent, slim process. If I see these three other cases, and in one of them I have been personally involved, we filed, and I'm not the only one who filed this, 2,000 pages with tons of documents, and the other Dow DuPont I know from friends who have been working on this case, and Bayer Monsanto even more so, 3,000 pages plus dozens, hundreds, thousands of attachments. Is it really worth it? I really doubt it, because if you have a look, and this is one of the most important topics, and I think it's also very important to bear in mind when we discuss the merger guidelines, when we discuss general merger policy, it's market definition. When it comes to products, when it comes to services on the one hand, and when it comes to the geographical scope. With regard to seeds and crop protection, we had in our case, that was ChemChina Syngenta, 20,000 markets in Europe only. 20,000 markets. With the help of brilliant IT people and economists, we were able to limit those to affected markets, still 5,000 markets. We ended up with around 100 markets which seem to be problematic, but if you have a look at these detailed markets, and these were really tiny from time to time, you wonder whether the overall picture may not be as important to simply say it's not really valid and not really necessary to focus on these particular details. And this leads then to the question how remedies are drafted. They turn to these details, they remedy the details. But is this really helpful? Does that help competition? If these details are resolved, the overall picture remains. The more important question in Dow DuPont, it was two research companies merged and innovation, is that affected or is it not affected? In our case, it was the combination of one of the major research companies and one of the major generic companies. Which kind of effect would it have on competition? These are pertinent questions. These are important questions. The tiny little ones referring to a particular seed, for example, in a particular member state, in my view, is not important enough to trigger this overload of burden which has to be borne in these kinds of questions. It's also leading to another question, and Claudia, I'm really mindful of the time, but I think this example is really important. There was, I think, in the movie business, you would say a prequel to these kinds of transactions. That was when Syngenta acquired the sunflower seeds business of Monsanto. Sunflower seeds business globally. This was a notification after we had an Hungarian and a Spanish notification, a referral to the European Commission, and then almost a year of investigation in Brussels with 450 pages and thousands of annexes on top of it for sunflower seeds. Is it really worth it? I really doubt it. So taking this together, the turnover thresholds are important because let's have in mind it's not only about turnover, it's also about market shares, it's about transaction value. We discuss call-in rights. Some member states have it already. We hear from France, it's coming up. In Germany, it may be coming up. So all this taken together leads to the situation that the companies really have to bear a very, very heavy burden they have to master. If you consider in addition that these cases may lead to a referral to the European Commission, you have another year or two on top of that. So even worse, combined with other regulatory bodies like, for example, the national FDI regimes, which are also very, very burdensome, given that they are not only as precise as merger control regimes, but focus on the national interest, which is, I think, perfectly legitimate. But on top, and in addition to that, it's a combination plus FSR that is almost hard. It's hard to handle if it is to handle in any event. So my submission to you, to the authorities, is when we talk about creating champions, if we talk about creating European champions, if we consider innovation, we may also wish to consider whether the burden, the, forgive me, bureaucratic burden, which is obvious, has to be limited. I think it's pretty much in line with what Andreas has said. It's not about the substance. There is a good reason to review in great detail some of the major transactions, but it has to be the focus on the major topics, not on the details, not on the nitty-gritty stuff which is there. And I think that's an important point I would like to make from the perspective of a lawyer in private practice. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you, Ingo. I fear you are totally missing the Sunflower Seed Consumer Association point of view, which would strongly object to what you just said. We are perfectly on time, so thanks to the panelists. Saverio is running away to avoid the last question, as he always does, but that's fine, you justify it. I think that there is a large consensus on the panel that yes, we do need a larger company, whether or not European champions, because size matters, especially in certain markets. And what we need is to avoid over-regulation that somehow impacts on the potential of growth, to foster innovation, reach quality and growth. So whether it is by eliminating all the barriers to the creation of a single market, limited the misuse of golden power, or somehow modify the merger regulation rules, that's a matter for policymakers. I don't think we have time to take questions from the floor, but I have a question for all of you. There is, anyway, a merger review going on, which has prompted a strong debate with many people responding, many stakeholders responding to the review. If you would take one aspect to propose for a review, which one would you take? Thresholds, so modify the rules to allow the Commission to look at mergers under the threshold. Innovation, efficiency, how to take them into account if there is a need to be more clear. Market dimension, is there a way that we can work better on market dimension to avoid what Ingo was looking at as a segmented, a fragmented market analysis that not only increases the burden for the notified party, but lacks the idea of evaluating competition coming from different markets and aside. Barrier to entry, administrative burden. If you could, in your experience, pick one, what would you suggest? Kani?
Okay, for me, I would really welcome a better explanation or at least some indications or help at the end of the day on when can innovation and investment effects prevent a substantial lessening of competition from taking place or materially attenuate it when they strengthen rivalry over the relevant horizon. This kind of elements of guidance for an authority would be very welcome.
Andreas.
I have a different approach here. I think there's one fundamental question that we always avoid, that we do not really want to answer. What happens if we have a market before our eyes where we really see, maybe in digital markets, that there are giant firms out there, and if some European firm wants to compete, are we ready to diminish competition in Europe to the detriment of the consumers in order to make sure that there is sovereignty, in order to make sure that there is competition worldwide? Is that something that we would like to do, and how do we deal with the consequences if we do that? I think that is a fundamental question that arises in maybe 1% of cases in 10 years, but I think we will have to answer this question.
Please do.
This is what I said. If you go for that, and I can imagine that we go for that, then we have to strengthen other tools. Then we have to strengthen consumer protection. Then we have to strengthen abuse control in a far better manner than it is today. But that is my holistic approach, you know. If you go for stronger firms, if you go for a relaxation of merger rules, you need to add other complementary tools in order to catch up what you do in this respect. And I think this is the big question that maybe one day we will need to answer, maybe not today. I mean, we're running out of time anyway.
Paolo, what is your view on Andrea's question?
That's difficult. I was ready to answer your question. That one is.
No, the chairman has decided to change the question, so please follow. Ubi Maior.
No, I think that merger control is still super important to prevent the creation of market power so that we can avoid using more intrusive instruments afterwards. So definitely this was done in the past. I mean, merger control was introduced later in competition law precisely because they thought that this was a necessary tool to have ex ante in order to avoid less effective tools afterwards. So I agree that this is. But let me answer your question also, sorry, because there is one thing that I think we should be working on, which is a more full-fledged assessment of efficiencies in transactions that are brought by transactions. Also, having a more appropriate standard of proof when the competition authority have to assess those effects, because the kind of certainty that is required now makes almost impossible to prove that a transaction would bring efficiency that balance or offset the negative effects on competition.
Thank you, Paolo. I wonder whether the answer to Andrea's question is not in that, so whether we can achieve what he would propose by lessening some parameter of evaluation of merger control. Lena, I think I know your answer because we normally sit on the same side, but please.
No, I think it's a good idea, and I think that we do have existing tools such as abuse of dominance, and that if, for instance, we have a more liberal approach of the market definition, for instance, if we look at this TF1, M6 mergers, but there are many other cases like that, then if the merging entities' abuse of their dominant position. In that state, they had like 70% more of market shares. Then we have existing tool in order to control that. But I think it's more of a political question that President Moon put forward.
Thank you. Ingo.
Well, first, I would see three topics. One is, I think it would be necessary to limit the procedural aspects. So the triggering events which would trigger a merger review should be limited, because it has been expanding over the last 10 years, 20 years, and I think it's unacceptable. Second, I would subscribe to what Lina has said. The market definition could become a little more liberal in the sense that, as I said, nitty-gritty, detailed focus market definition is not necessary. This is not to suggest, as Andreas correctly has said, that there may be cases where it's necessary to go into the details, but in most cases it's not. And the third one is I would clearly support an understanding of substantive merger review in the sense that dynamism should be considered to a much greater extent than it is at the moment. If we take a prognosis for 3 years to up to 5 years, I understand it's difficult, but nevertheless, accepting that there is dynamism in the markets is in my view, obvious. Take just one example. I've been involved in the complaint against Intel for many years by AMD. So Intel has litigated this 20 years with the Commission and with the courts in Luxembourg. Whereas Intel now, I wouldn't say they have gone, but they have lost their significance. So I guess that it is important to bear in mind that competition is effective, that there is dynamism in the markets. And if we talk about these 7 huge tech companies at the moment, let's see where they stand in 5 years. It may not be acceptable for the moment. I fully appreciate it's maybe not satisfying. On the other hand, let's wait and see what happens in 5 years, whether AI has taken over, whether they are all there, whether there are others there. So I would be more optimistic, I would be more positive in the sense that competition may be the resolution to some of the problems currently existing.
Thank you. When we incorporated the Association of Antitrust Practitioners in Italy, the idea was to certainly help a debate where people normally sitting on the other side of the table would be sitting together and share views, and this has happened today and has been extremely interesting. This conversation about balance, judgment, and long-term vision reflects very well, Roberto, the way you have been leading the antitrust authority with independence, rigor, and a strong sense of responsibility. Per tutto questo io ti ringrazio.
I would like to thank you on behalf of all the panelists and good luck for your future. Thank you.
Posso chiamare il terzo panelist, Gabriella.
Gabriella, for the third panel.
Effettivi più tutti quelli interni che non si sono registrati, quindi saremo sui giovani forti più quelli che si sono collegati online, collegati, no? Abbiamo ammortizzato l'investimento. Very good. Thank you, Andreas.
Yes,
you have been extremely good.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I expected
it's,
that. No surprise.
I think it's a very interesting debate that we have here, you know, because we will have to tackle this key question, you know.
Many of my colleagues and friends say it's unacceptable. Bravo. Because you can focus on the market. Really should. Not on every single procedural nitty.
I fully agree. You're very good also.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
I see.
It's great fun.
What
It's great fun.
experience
It's great fun.
Grazie. Tanto ci rivedremo magari.
Non muoio, sì. Noi siamo, lui è l'organizzatore, io sono l'esecutore insieme a lui dell'evento. Che volta ci devo essere? Allora, facciamo una foto del presidente. Facciamo qua, fammi fare una foto tra i due presidenti. Magari tra i due presidenti il terzo pure. Guarda Alberto, arriva una burgana seria.
Please, let's take a seat. We already are 15 minutes out of time.
Some people seem to have gone to stretch their legs, no, or something.
But we have it.
Fare quello che vuoi, sei un avvocato generale.
Please take a seat. The third and last panel is starting. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome again to those who have traveled from abroad to be with us today. First of all, I would like to thank President Roberto Rustichelli for the last 2 years of my mandate at the Italian Competition Authority under his chairship. Grazie, Roberto. Then I would like to thank l'Autorità Garante and l'Associazione Antitrust Italiana for the organization of this conference and for inviting me to moderate this panel. The panel is devoted to the independence of National Competition Authority, as well as connected to the first 2 panels. National competition authorities sit at the core of a decentralized EU antitrust enforcement model created by the Regulation 1/2003 and of the European Competition Network. And their independence is the prerequisite for fostering dynamic competition and innovation.
Why is independence operationally decisive in EU competition enforcement and not only enforcement? The OCDE widely cited framework distinguishes between formal, I mean de jure independence, and de facto independence, and analyzes how appointment, dismissal, resources, priorities, and accountability shape actual independence. A critical, practical intersection is between priority setting and case selection, necessary for resource allocation, and procedural rules that may trigger automatic annulment or time bar effects. Recently, in 2025, the Court of Justice, in the reasoning in Caronte and Tourist, illustrates that national procedural rules must not make EU antitrust enforcement ineffective, even when pursuing legitimate aims such as legal certainty and reasonable duration. Across jurisdiction, the most common stress point, in my opinion, is not formal autonomy clauses, but the stability and sufficiency of resources. And Roberto's authority is make a lot by this point of view, especially as antitrust enforcement become more data intensive. The OCDE explicitly treats resources and budgetary mechanisms as central determinants of the de facto independence. The best synthetic doctrinal conclusions is this. NCA independence has three dimensions. The first one is institutional independence, meaning protection against instruction, arbitrary removal. The second one is functional independence, meaning autonomous assessment and priority setting. And the third one is the systemic EU independence, meaning independence as a condition for effective and uniform application of EU competition law across the ECN. To discuss these three dimensions, we have here an outstanding panel. They don't need introduction, but let me introduce them very briefly, starting from my right, Martin Schnorp, who has been a chairman of the Netherlands Authority for Consumer Markets since 2018. I had the honor and the pleasure to work with him. And until his appointment at AGCM, he has worked as a competition lawyer at the Dutch law firm, I don't know if my pronunciation is up to date, De Bureau Blackstone Westbroek, for 28 years in Amsterdam as well as in Brussels. Then I moved to my left to Marcos. Marcos Araujo Boyd is a Spanish lawyer, a lecturer in competition law. Marcos was for 30 years the head of EU and competition law department at Garrigue, and is the current president of the Asociación Española para la Defensa de la Competencia. Marcos has a PhD in law from the University of Glasgow. And then I moved to Giuseppe Galasso, Pino Galasso, who hasn't given me any bio, but I know by heart. Giuseppe Galasso is now the head of legal service at the Italian Competition Authority. He has served there for many years in various functions, and the last one always as a director. Last but not least, on my right is Piero Fattori. Piero is co-head of Antitrust and Regulatory Department at Gianni Origoni. He is a former competition authority person, the head of the legal service from 1995 to 2002. He's a former member of the executive committee of Associazione Antitrust Italiana. And now we can move to our panel, and the first one to have the floor is Pino Galasso. Pino will lead the discussion on the first topic, I mean the sources of independence and case law in EU and Italy. You will make some brief remarks on independence and regulation and the intertwining between the two of them. Pino, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the Italian Antitrust Association and to Alberto Vero, of course, for the kind invitation to give me the opportunity to represent the authority in this panel. Then I would like, of course, to give a great honor to Roberto Rustichelli, who has led the authority for over the last 7 years. It's been really an honor for us to be led by you and the experience of judges. This is very important for the topic of today. This is an independence. We can talk without the experience of judges. It's very, very important experience. So the status of independence has been a constitutive feature of competition authorities since the establishing current legal system. The rationale for independence of competition authorities has been rooted primarily to the technical nature of their decision and the high level of expertise they require. Independence is not a secondary nor negligible feature of the enforcement system, but is a defining characteristic of the entity responsible for applying it, whether that be a judge or the competition authority. This independence is a direct consequence of the case law nature of this law as a body of law developed over time through the case-by-case application of general rules that tended to remain stable over time in the light of the precedents. Historical and comparative analysis of how antitrust law is applied reveals a high degree of continuity across legal systems that have adopted such rules, suggesting a legal framework that is predominantly case law based. What do I mean? The application of antitrust law presupposes the determination that a breach of the prohibition has occurred in the specific case, and such determination is carried out in accordance with procedural rules, either by proper judge or by public authorities, endowed with qualifying independence. In Europe, as is well known, the administrative model of competition protection has been the predominant on both at the EU level and the level of individual member states, as demonstrated by the experience of Germany, France, United Kingdom, for instance. Even in these cases, however, it should be noted that these were generally specific administrative bodies characterized by a procedural modus operandi and, as a rule, by a degree of independence. The reason for this lies in the fact that the independence of those who apply antitrust law is intimately linked to the jurisprudential nature of that law, namely the fact that it is a body of law arising from the accumulation of decisions on specific cases by judges or specific administrative bodies, which precisely in the activity of ascertaining infringements find their essential elements of similarity with cases between them. This is a supervisory activity in the strict sense, aimed at mapping the specific case onto the abstract legal principle onto which the discretionary weighing of interests that typically characterizes the action of public administration remain essentially alien. It means that through the application of antitrust rules, enforcers do not aim to impose a specific market structure, but merely seeks to ensure compliance with legal prohibitions, that is, to guarantee the condition under which the competition can take place. In this sense, independence is an indispensable feature as it is functional to an activity which must be as neutral as a judicial one. In the European legal order, the independence of competition authority was not codified from the outset of the European legislature, and then this becomes something of surprising in light of what has just been said. In reality, if we look at the long evolutionary trajectory of the European enforcement system, certain traces can already be discerned in the initial phase of that system's construction. National legal system, however, spontaneously conformed to a general model, the salient feature of which were independence and the procedural modus agenda. The first significant step came with a so-called monetization regulation. In this regard, it seems significant to recall that the words spoken by Advocate General Jacobs in 2004, according to whom Regulation number 123 authorizes member states to entrust the task of a competition authority to bodies with the additional characteristics and contains provision designed to preserve the independence of such bodies. The system, post-2003 phase, reflected a certain preference for the model of national competition administration, possessing characteristics typically of the judiciary, such as independence, and the objective application of law following adversarial proceeding between the parties. The turning point of the evolutionary process came with the Directive 2019-1, number 1, the so-called ECN Plus Directive, represented a fundamental step in the process of strengthening and consolidating the independence of national competition authorities within the Union. Among other things, it required member states to ensure that competition authorities are free from political interference and external influence, that they have adequate resources, and that they can independently set their own priorities for action. Marking a different step forward, this process now extends to the structural framework of national authorities, strictly defining a characteristic of independence that had hitherto been to preserve of national legislators. The impact of, at the national level, the impact of this directive was fundamental from the perspective of a progressive administrative harmonization of the European enforcement system, as a modest impact at the national level, really. In fact, since its establishment in 1990, the authority has embodied and continues to embody today within the Italian legal system the model of an independent administrative authority, or rather the purest expression of that model, which is otherwise highly varied and heterogeneous internally, precisely by virtue of its high degree of independence, to the extent that it has stimulated a significant body of legal scholarship over the years. Just to remember Cassese, Garanti de Regole, and Martin Predieri. But I would like to mention, of course, Giulia Romato, regulatory authorities and semi-independent authorities in 1997 with an essay who precisely by examining the characteristic of the various independent authorities developed a well-known distinction between authorities with an adjudication function established to safeguard values and rights of constitutional significance, and therefore removed from the executive's control and characterized also by full independence on one side, and semi-independent regulatory authorities on the other side, tasked with laying down ex-ante technical rules for market development and balancing a variety of public interests. In terms of positive law, it is worth noting that independence is a multidimensional concept that encompasses several aspects of the institution, and protection against undue interference is provided for by the national law in a two-way sense, referring to both public authorities and private economic interests. And in this last regard, it is important to note that the Italian Constitutional Court has recently restated in relation to the authority's financial system introduced in 2012, which is based on a direct contribution by undertakings, as we know. And the court stated that the provision of a maximum contribution is intended to avoid that some undertakings may become superfunders. I'm going to finish, really. May become superfunders of the authority, running the risk that a controller could be captured by controllee, so compromises of its independence. The court also pointed out that funding through contribution from undertakings is not only compatible with the EU, but also strengthens the authority's independence from the state budget. The current funding system is therefore consistent with both constitutional and European principles, emphasizing that financial autonomy constitutes an essential guarantee of the institution's independence. Finally, I would just like to touch another aspect of independence, the authority's right of action before courts, and in particular the right of action recognized by Article 21 bis, as we know, the national law. The Council of States, in a very recent judgment, 2002, the last months, in a dispute concerning, again, maritime concessions for tourism located in Emilia-Romagna, stated that the independence is characterized and expressed as the ability to decide on control one's own defense strategy, to avoid frustrating and irreparably undermining the authority's right of action. That is part of the fundamental function of an independent administration. These two examples, these two recent case law, seems to me to vividly confirm that the independence of antitrust enforcement is a multidimensional concept ranging from organizational and decision-making aspects, as outlined by the AGCM Plus directive, to financial, procedural aspects, which have most recently been examined by the Constitutional and Administrative Law, as I said. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank a lot, Pino, for dealing so brilliantly with the topic and for almost sticking to the time. Marcos, do you want to comment on the Spanish situation, what happened about regulators and the competition authority? Just 1 minute.
Yes, it's only going to be 1 minute, so I'll be very quick. I do not want to be scolded by Gabriela. The point I would make is that in recent years, the EU law has been quite proactive in repairing the independence of various authorities. We are all familiar with the recent case law on rule of law, where we have been looking at constitutional authorities, no constitutional courts, or Supreme Courts or courts in various member states. Now, that action is based on Articles 2 and 19 of the Treaty of the European Union and goes further than what one would assume would be the requirements of independence before national competition authorities or national competition authorities. But I would make the point that there's lessons to be learned in that case law that can be imported also when the question is independence of courts. As mentioned, has been made already of this decision of the Court of Justice over a year ago, or shortly about a year ago, in the Caronte case, where the court was looking at how national law curbs or limits, and that decision was at least partly also based on Article 4 of the AGCM Plus directive, so it was looking at independence. So my 2 cents on this was we should expect EU law generally to support the independence of national competition authorities, both from an institutional and a procedural perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcos, for commenting of this. And I'm sorry to be so sharp in moderating, but we have a time constraint. And now we move to Martin, who leads the second topic, with independence in autonomous assessment and priority setting. And I think that Martin would also like to make a brief comment on the first topic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabriela, and thank you very much to the organizers of this conference, because it allows me to pay tribute to Roberto, who unfortunately had to leave, but also to the agency, because the leadership of the agency by Elisabetta and Saverio has been a great inspiration for us as an agency as well. It's many times that we at board meetings at the Authority for Consumers and Markets discuss decisions of your agency and see what we can learn from it. And our teams are dreaded by our question, talk to our Italian friends how they did it, and why can't you do the same? And then they will get in touch with our Italian colleagues, and they come back, yeah, maybe there is a possibility. So you are a great inspiration as an institution for us. But this is also the time then to divulge a little secret, something that Roberto maybe was not aware of, is that I'm not the president of a competition authority. And the reason, if you look at our name, we are the Authority for Consumers and Markets. No competition. Our mission is making markets work well for all people and businesses now and in the future. No competition. We are a generalist market authority. We protect the functioning of markets, and that is our vision. Because markets do not work well by themselves. They need boundaries, and there are inherent market failures in any market. And what we do is we address these market failures with a wide toolbox that legislation gave us. And in that toolbox, there is competition law. But there are also other laws. And the two market failures that for we have the prime responsibility are market power and information or power asymmetry. Like the Auditorium, we are also a competition agency as well as a consumer protection agency and much more. So this big toolbox that we received from Parliament that consists of fines and orders, and we can issue inquiries, and companies are compelled to provide information if we ask them. We can prohibit mergers, and we can do all kinds of things. We often consider ourselves a bit of a plumber. So maybe, I hope it didn't ever happen to you, but your toilet is clogged or your kitchen sink is suddenly no longer functioning. Call us. We come, we look at the problem, and we try to fix it with this giant toolbox that we have. But with these great powers, and then I come to the independence of the agency, with these great powers also come great responsibility. And procedural fairness, including independence, is one of the key instruments for any plumber and any general market authority. Because the biggest threat that we as authorities face is political capture or weaponization of the instruments that were granted to us. And that's why independence is so crucial for the work that we do. Our role needs to be fact-based, ideology-free, impartial, and free of political biases. Call it technocratic, if that weren't so bad. It didn't have such a bad connotation. But it needs to be a bit boring. Leave the politics to the politicians. We are the plumbers in the background. And therefore, I like to see us and other market authorities as a sort of fourth branch of the government. We are independent of the executive branch. We're independent of the legislative branch. It doesn't mean that these branches cannot have some influence of us, but not on our decision-making. We are not and cannot be held accountable in a political sense for the decisions that we take, for the investigations that we do, other than before a judge. And why is that important? And here I come back to something that Elisabetta mentioned at the beginning of this conference. Why is fact-based, non-political enforcement important? Because it increases trust in markets. And without trust in markets, there will be no economic prosperity. And therefore, our independence, the independence as an institution, is crucial for the well-functioning of markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. You have been great in leading the discussion on this topic and also commenting on the first topic and anticipating your comments on the following one. Now is Piero that leads on the first topic, that is independence and NCA's competencies, the interferes. Of course, there is consumer protection that Martin has already mentioned, but I would like Piero to mainly focus on advocacy, just some very brief remarks on consumer protection.
Thank you, Gabriella. Oh, sorry, that's much better. Thank you, Alberto, and my thanks also to the Italian Antitrust Association for this kind invitation. It is both an honor and a pleasure to be here among so many colleagues, ex-colleagues, and friends. So, as Gabriella has just observed, independence is closely linked to the competition advocacy. And in the next few minutes, I will briefly outline the key features of competition advocacy through the experience of the Italian Competition Authority, which I think is an experience of general interest, and consider whether in this context as well the authority's independence is a distinctive factor and value. So, as we all know, at least in this room, competition advocacy refers to a set of activities primarily consultative and advisory in nature, designed to ensure that legislative and administrative action is consistent with competition principles. Advocacy operates through non-coercive interventions, but yet it remains a core public function intended to strengthen compliance by public authorities at large with the principle of free competition enshrined in the Treaty of the functioning of the European Union and in the Italian Constitution as well. As you know, the Italian Antitrust Act was adopted in 1919 as Italy was embarking on a wide-ranging program of privatization and market liberalization, largely driven by European integration. Within this framework, competition advocacy was given significant prominence. The statute introduced specific advisory and reporting power under Articles 21 and 22, which at the time had no real equivalent in Europe or beyond. These provisions enable the authority to address distortions to the proper functioning of the market arising from legislation, regulations, or other administrative measures that are not fully justified by public interest considerations. And these powers still form the backbone of the authority's advocacy activity and position the authority as a high-level advisor to parliament, government, regions, and the public administrations on competition-related matters. From the outset, the authority made a very extensive use of these powers to support privatization and market liberalization. While preparing this speech, I discussed with Alberto a pioneering example, a precedent of the 1994 an opinion of the authority, issued by the authority, recommending the privatization of the electricity monopolist Enel, combined with the structural separation of generation, transmission, and dispatching activities, and the creation of competing business units, an approach implemented only at the end of the 90s. And now numerous further interventions followed in telecommunications, likewise characterized by monopoly conditions, often in parallel with enforcement action against the incumbent operators. Now, over time, this activity has continued across a wide range of sectors. Long-standing and, in some cases, still ongoing efforts include local public services and in-house awards, access to regulated professions, local public transport, taxi and private hire services, maritime state concessions for beach establishments. And the core aim of all these interventions has always been to preserve competitive market conditions, foster rivalry between undertakings, and remove unjustified barriers to entry or restriction restrictions on economic activity. Over the years, the authorities' advocacy role has been significantly strengthened on two main occasions. First, in 2009, with the introduction of the annual competition law, which systematized the advisory powers under Article 22 and reinforced the authority role as a key interlocutor of government and parliament in modernizing regulatory frameworks that constrain economic development. The annual competition law gained full recognition under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, where it was designated as an enabling reform supported by political commitment to annual legislative proposal. And 2025 competition law is the fourth consecutive law confirming its central role as the primary vehicle for pro-competitive reforms. Second, in 2012, the introduction in the competition law of Article 21 bis further expanded the authority's toolkit, granting it a unique power to bring actions before the administrative courts against public measures that distort competition, where public authorities fail to comply with its opinion. Now, this highly innovative power has been exercised in a number of significant cases, leading the administrative courts to characterize the authority as an institutional representative of the collective interest in the proper functioning of the market. Now, this brings me to the specific issue of independence. In the field of advocacy as well, independence is clearly a prerequisite, in my view, for the effective and meaningful exercise of the authority functions. Firstly, because, as has been rightly pointed out, in general, those who give advice must be independent from those who receive it. More fundamentally, since advocacy relies largely on non-binding interventions and a kind of moral suasion, independence ensures that the authority can freely decide whether and when to intervene, and that its views are perceived as objective and authoritative, aimed at promoting competition rather than reflecting particular interests. And in this sense, the authority independence is a substantive condition enabling the authority to act as a credible check on public power. This is the real meaning of independence in this field. Any position of subordination would risk creating a structural tension, a conflict between technical assessment on one side and political direction on the other. And this is even more true in the current context of economic and social uncertainty, characterized by a renewed and more assertive role of the state in the economy, where there is a growing temptation to view competition or excessive competition as part of the problem rather than part of the solution. These considerations can raise two questions. First, does this growing role of the authority as a key interlocutor of government and parliament call into questions its traditional complete detachment from political direction? In my view, the answer is negative, is no. While undoubtedly the annual competition law has placed the authority at the heart of regulatory reform, the adoption of pro-competitive measures remain entirely with the remit of government and parliament. So the authority influence has increased, but its nature as a technical advisory body has not changed. And second, how does the authority carry out its assessment when proposing corrective measures to address market failure? Pro-competitive reforms, we know, inevitably affect a wide range of public and private interests, and their benefits are often not immediate. The authority, however, is not called upon to balance competing interests in the advocacy activity. That the task belong, 1 minute, the task belong to the political decision maker. I'm destabilized. As the institutional guardian of the public interest in competition, the authority identifies and signals situations in which legislative or administrative choices risk undermining the interest. The answer lies, I think, in the founding statute itself, which mandates the authority to identify particular significant cases in which public measures give rise to a distortion of competition that are not justified by overriding public interest requirements. So, in my view, the authority recommendations are the outcome, in a way, on a different side of the classic antitrust test, based on the necessity and proportionality of restrictions in light of the public interest objectives pursued. So I think I must stop here.
Thank you, Piero. Thank you. And having already collected the comments by Martin on this point, we move straight to the last topic, led by Marcos, which is independence as a condition for effective uniform application of competition law, and at the end, for fostering innovation and dynamic competition. Marcos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, I need to start by thanking the organization, the Association Antitrust Italia, for this invitation, but most, my thanks also go to the Italian Competition Authority for having hosted us today, but also for having had me as a lawyer pleading cases here. You know, I would plead in English and all the meeting would be in Italian, and it would all be, you know, facilitating and assisting. So thank you very much for that. It's something I carry with me. Gabriela has asked me to discuss how independence could contribute to more dynamic enforcement, you know, the agenda fostering innovation and dynamic competition. And I should start by mentioning that, you know, a very recent publication by Ariel Estracci and Maciej Bernat, it was published only during this week, really, has been calling out political interference in the action of competition agencies in a very direct manner. I mean, in the abstract of the publication, they say, competition authorities face mounting political pressure that can undermine their independence and challenge the legitimacy of the discipline, blah, blah, blah. You know, this goes and provides a number of examples that are, you know, things that we have probably all of us seen in the press, like executive orders adopted in the United States, in the United Kingdom, you know, the public interest benchmark in Lloyd's case, the Edeka Kaiser-Tengelmann case, you know, and decisions of the German courts. You know, much of this discusses what has been happening in the United States, but there's also some lessons about the European Union, you know, with developments in Hungary or developments in Slovakia or, you know, our former members of the European Union in the United Kingdom. You know, the lesson is as enforcement is more important and is more intrusive, and as other political goals are considered when applying competition law becomes object of increased scrutiny. This is, of course, nothing new. I mean, this is something that some of us will recall was a discussion over 15 or 20 years ago even, and more recently, in Spain, we have had political interference being vented in all the media when there was a merger in the banking sector and politicians were all expressing opinions about it while it was in the hands of national competition authorities. The question is, you know, when some of this is too much. And, we can all understand that competition law, and Piero was being very vocal about this, and I will agree with him, competition law cannot operate in isolation. There's a need to balance that with other interests, but that's precisely the reason why independence is required. If we need credibility, we will have to ensure the independence, the respect of the independence of the competition agency. In that respect, I would propose to summarize the main tenets of the independence that need to be protected from competition authorities in 3 steps. Being the first, select your team with care. The second, empower your team. And third, exercise transparency. They look like simple rules, but not always respected. First, select your team with care. It is tempting to appoint friends, let alone fellow politicians, but competition authorities need good leaders at their helm. In that respect, I would celebrate how far we have come in this respect. National governments take the appointments of national competition authorities ever more seriously, and we have today a fantastic roster of leaders at the helm of our NCAs. That said, there's arguably room for improvement here. Article 4.4 of the ECN Plus directive requires member states that members of decision-making bodies are selected, recruited, and appointed according to clear and transparent procedures. And that's a roadmap, not something rigid. It's just criterion, but it tells us something of how the people at the helm of competition agencies should be appointed. And I would include not only the leaders of the authorities themselves, but also how their teams are selected and how they are trained and how they are motivated. The second element, empower your team, is needed to ensure that the authority fosters innovation. And here there's many things that play a role. Provide attractive careers, provide excellent training, eventually, in exchange programs with other national competition authorities or national regulatory authorities. I would also recall here Article 5, not that often quoted, of the ECN Plus directive that requires that NCAs are granted independence in the spending of the allocated budget. That is also a way to empower your team. I mean, it's not only appoint them well, it's then empower them. And then finally, in order to ensure independence, bet for transparency, no off-the-record indications, not, the ECN Plus directive actually provides that member states can influence national competition authorities. We have no problem with that, and we should have no problem with that. Again, competition law cannot be applied in isolation, and there's other social goods around that need to be taken into consideration. But the directive, is clear in that any instruction from government or any other public or private entity, is without the prohibition, is without prejudice of the right of the government of a member state, where applicable, to issue general policy rules that are not related to sector inquiries, and that are not related to specific enforcement proceedings, which, probably makes sense for that. Again, member states can carve out sectors from competition legislation if they want, but do it transparently. I mean, if you want to have an exception for baseball in the United States, you can go and have it. If you want to have an exception for workers defending their collective rights under Albany, you can have that. But it has to be laid out in an express manner and not affect specific enforcement in individual cases. So this is my 2 cents on independence this afternoon. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marcos. We had planned to have takeaways and to wrap up, but I think that being out of time, we don't need really takeaways and wrap up because the discussion has been more than exhaustive. So I ask if there are questions by the attendants, just one. No more than 1-2 questions before closing the panel. Here.
Since independence is so important, and in light of the increasing power centralized at the Commission level in various ways, regulations, legislation, and so forth, should we reassume the debate which existed in the past as to the independence of the antitrust authority at the EU level, at the Commission level? Maybe it's the time to do that. What do you think?
Who would like to answer Mario's question?
I would like to answer the question. Because I think it's a completely legitimate question. And I attended with Andreas and Kani recently a hearing at the European Parliament exactly about this question. And there we said, yeah, probably a good idea, but it requires a significant revision of the treaty. It requires a lengthy debate, and maybe this is not the right time to have that debate. Maybe we can have that debate in academic circles, in conferences like this, but in face of all the threats and all the things that we need to do in Europe at the moment, let's stall this debate and maybe leave it out of the political realm and maybe in terms of academic debates and conferences, but not put it high on the political agenda. Whether the European Parliament thinks the same, that's of course up to them.
Yep. Anyone else would like to apply very briefly? If not, one more question. If not, join me in thanking our panelists that will leave the floor to the final part.
You did wonderful.
Your friend. Abbiamo superato il tempo.
Okay, thank you. To tell the truth, the question by Mario puzzled me a little bit, and I was thinking of intervening, but then, because obviously this was a debate which was made in the 90s, and President Wolf actually was, of the Bundeskartellamt, was one of the big sustainer that since the Commission was both a judge and a legislator in a sense, this was a written Congress, and it would be better to have an independent authority at EU level which would adjudicate the case. However, thinking back, and actually the Italian authorities participated in this debate, and its position was similar to the one of Mr. Wolf. I was at the authority at the time, so I was among those who took this position. Thinking back 30 years back, afterwards, one would wonder whether this was a good idea. Because the fact that the Commission look at what's happening in the market, and is also the one who makes proposal to liberalize the market, is something which makes his position stronger. and in a sense it commits the Commission and obviously therefore the other institutions of the Commission to the achievement of what was, remember, Commissioner Jossa, Article 3 of the treaty. An open economy and a competitive economy. So from this point of view, one should think about a little more about Mario's question and how we should rethink it today. Having said so, excuse me if I intervened after the panel rather than in the panel, because then somebody would have argued differently. And before calling Roberto Rustichelli to close the conference, I want to thank the participants to these three panels, which have been really exceptional, I must say, both for the quality of the participants and for the content of their intervention. I think that it was an example of what was the association built for, as Claudio was recalling earlier, i.e. to provide a field and an occasion on discussion, open discussion, between the members of the of what we call the competition community, both in the authorities and outside, to discuss the various aspects of competition policy and of competition law application. Now, under Roberto tenures, we have had the opportunity of publicly discussing a lot in a number of cases, a number of issues, both through contributions that we gave in open discussions, both and sending comments on a number of aspects. And among them was something very delicate, like procedural issues, the power of the authority in investigations, the limits of their powers, and also instruments like the below thresholds mergers and how they should be applied, or the Italian way to interpret the new competition tool. The discussion was always open. We hope they were useful. They were surely useful for us, and they, I assume, were useful also from the authority point of view. So I think that for this open discussion on an equal level, we must thank Roberto. Grazie, Roberto. And now the floor is yours. The podium is yours for conclusion. Grazie.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you very much for being here. It's an honor for me to have you in our authority. Mi limiterò a un breve...
I will confine myself to express my greetings to the antitrust community. First and foremost, I wish to thank Alberto Pera for organizing this event. I wish to thank all those who have spoken in excellent terms to recall my activity here in the Italian Competition Authority. You know, the authority is a jewel that you receive and need to be preserved for the future of the country. And I'd like to thank all the colleagues that work with me, Michele Ainis, Gabriella Musco, Daniele Sorrentino. but I wish to thank each and every one of you for the respect that you showed to me, as a student and as a judge. I've also considered lawyers as the co-authors of a book written together, a book that I've written for so many years with you: rights of citizens, rights of companies, justice, respect, constitutional values. And I must admit that I've also have the idea of the great function, the great role that lawyers play. And we did so many things together. I can remember when I was responsible for the court of my city, and with the Association of Lawyers, we went to talk to the mayor to merge all the offices of the judicial system in one single building, because it was a problem, for example, for the lawyers to have to reach different buildings for their cases. I really believe in shared values, and I wish to thank you for helping me to improve my expertise. When I was a young judge, I read the appeals to my decisions, and you made me understand that sometimes decisions may be interpreted in different ways. And this helped me also to listen to you, to understand your viewpoints, understand that you can start with a specific belief, that when the exchange of views can lead you to change your position, to change your decision. And this is the reason why I say that I'm really grateful to you for all you did for the country, for the authority, and for the whole of our activity. I would also like to thank the economists. So many times you led me to change my ideas, my decisions, thanks to your professionalism. As I said, the authority is a jewel that is given to you, and the duty of the president is to preserve this jewel, to avoid problems, to protect this jewel, and have a real balanced approach. And whenever I wrote to Parliament and I signed decisions, rulings, opinions, I've always done so that the authority can provide a contribution. But the authority is subject to the law, while government and Parliament are answerable before the people. And this is what I would like to say to my successor, because we need to ensure the independence of this authority, and the authority must comply with the principles and the rules and regulations regarding the authority. I've always tried to be a loyal cooperator with the European and the Italian institutions. And I think that thanks to the activity and the work carried out by my team, our authority has grown in terms of respect for international institutions, and also it has also been further recognized by the public, by citizens, by companies. We had an increasing number of decisions taken on specific cases, because very often citizens that sometimes are provided reimbursement, refunds from companies, and therefore they see rights recognized. And this is the reason why I think that with these decisions we make state be closer to citizens. And therefore I believe that I can tell you that in this country we have an excellence that is acknowledged by everybody. And this excellence is also thanks to the contribution that you have been providing for years in taking decisions, complying with the provisions and rules. I would not like to live in a country where the decisions taken by the state are not subject to the assessment of the judges. And I hold the administrative justice in great esteem, more than ordinary judges. I've always thought that the administrative judges are probably more competent, more skillful and prepared. And you know, I'm a very straightforward person. I'd like to conclude by saying that I'd like to thank the staff, men and women working here. I will do so personally, individually, over the next few days. But I feel gratitude for two things in particular. For all those they taught to me, and for making me feel proud of being their president. And I will be always grateful for you too. And the best wishes for the activities that you will continue to perform with my successor. Thank you.